Tanong natin, natapos ba privilege hours?
Matagal kasi. Ayun. Gani, sabo na. Hawakan ko lang muna.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for additional reference of business, and we please direct the Secretariat to read the titles and of bills and resolutions and communications. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading. House Bill number 4839, providing for the protection of the enhanced services to tourists.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill number 4840, creating the province of Western Maguindanao. Representative Sinsuat.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 4841, including a subject in local history in the curricula of all public and private high schools. Representative Sevillano.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4842, creating certain falls in Ilocos Sur Province as ecotourism sites. Representative Sevillano.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill number 4843, granting income tax holiday to all newly established businesses enterprises in Northern Samar. Representative Ong Jose.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill number 4844, creating the Department of Disaster Resilience. Representative Lim.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Disaster Management,
House Bill number 4845, strengthening the security of tenure of workers. Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill number 4846, strengthening the architectural profession. Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill number 4847, regulating the practice of employers in posting notices of termination of employment of former employees in newspapers, social media, and other public information venues. Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill number 4848, amending further RA number 544. Representative Tambunting.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill number 4849, renaming the National Orthopedic Hospital School for the Crippled Children to the Philippine Orthopedic Center School for Learners with Special Educational Needs. Representative Criselogo.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4850, regulating the fees and charges imposed by banks and financial institutions for ATM transactions. Representative Castelo.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill number 4852, establishing the no homework on weekends for all elementary and high school students. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4853, reorganizing the COMELEC offices. Representative D. Faustino Ino.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 4854, converting the municipality of Ubay in Bohol Province into a component city to be known as the Science City of Ubay. Representative Aumentado.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 4855, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Cruz Telephone Company Incorporated. Representative Duavit.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill number 4856, providing a ban on dumping of sewage sludge and industrial waste into the sea. Representative C. Alvarado.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill number 4857, providing health maintenance organization for all public school teachers. Representative C. Alvarado.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 4858, establishing a diagnostic laboratory to identify the diseases affecting local hogs. Representative C. Alvarado.
to the Committee on Health,
Resolutions. House Resolution 387, organizing the Philippines Bahrain Parliamentarians Friendship Group. Representative Yu.
to the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy,
Communications, letter dated 11 July 2019 of Secretary La Peña, Director General TESTA, providing the House a copy of the National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan 2018 to 2022 envisions a vibrant equality TVET for decent work and sustainable development.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
Letters dated August 28, 2019 of Salvador Medaldea, Executive Secretary, Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies each of Republic Acts which were signed by the President, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
to the Archives,
Letters dated 18 and 24 September 2019 of Donaldo Robes, Acting Deputy Director, Docketing, Monitoring, and Records Division Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, BSP, furnishing the House with duly certified and authenticated BSP issuances.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Committee Report. Report number 32 of the Committee on Suffrage on Electoral Reforms on House Bill number 4933.
to the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 214, declaring a national policy for sports as an engine for national building, social progress and promotion of total human development, and creating the Department of Sports. From the Committee on Youth and Sports Development to the Committees on Government Reorganization and Youth and Sports Development. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
So move for the change of referral of the House Joint Resolution number 16, authorizing the use of the rice subsidy as provided under the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program in the General Appropriations Act for the purchase of palay from farmers, mandating for the purpose the Department of Social Welfare and Development to buy palay from the local farmers and distribute rice subsidy in the form of actual rice instead of cash assistance to qualified beneficiaries. From the Committee on Appropriations to the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that the Committee on Agriculture and Food be authorized to immediately consider House Joint Resolution number 16 and House Resolution number 322. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have been informed that the Honorable Lito Atienza of the party list Buhay wishes to rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege.
May I ask Honorable Atienza, what is the nature of your privilege?
We just would like to clarify and at the same time answer the allegations aired yesterday that this representation has been sowing fake news to the chamber. So if given a chance, and I'd like to beg you to give us a chance to clarify the matter.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under Section 102 of our rules, the request of personal and collective privilege by the Honorable Atienza is in order. I move that we recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza of party list Buhay.
Representative Lito Atienza is given 10 minutes.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, for understanding our position. Yesterday, we deliberated on a privileged speech delivered by Congresswoman Herrera D. And she mentioned about a growing problem of people shying away from health centers to have their children vaccinated. And there seems to be a resurging polio problem among our children. And as a matter of our knowledge of the issues, why people are shying away from health centers today, we interpellated Congresswoman D. And in our interpellation, we explained, to our knowledge, mothers and women are shying away from vaccinations and campaigns of government to have children vaccinated simply because people have lost confidence and the DOH has lost credibility on this particular type of service. Because on 2 occasions, people were taken advantage of without their knowledge. One, during the tetanus toxoid massive vaccination of women of age 14 to 44. And it turned out, as we exposed it then, yung bakuna nila ay mayroong pampabaog. 20% of women who were vaccinated are supposed to be sterilized. And that was their only way to really reduce the number of Filipinos being born. We fought that outside and in court, and we proved our point that there are vials of tetanus toxoid vaccine which are being used on our women, innocent as they are. 20% were laced with HCG element which have no place in a anti-tetanus vaccine. Yung po'y pampabaog. Yung mga tinamaan nun ay hindi na nagbuntis. Meron po ako mga kilala na nabiktima dyan. So that was score number one. And then, sometime in 2015 and 16, government again went on a massive vaccination of children, supposedly to protect them from dengue. Marami po nagbabakuna. Yung iba sa pilitan, pinabakunahan. Ano po ang naging bunga? Hindi pala dapat binabakunahan ng Dengvaxia ang isang bata kung hindi pa nagkakaroon ng dengue. Otherwise, they would be exposing themselves to contaminating each other with dengue, or rather developing dengue simply because of their exposure to Dengvaxia. Who said this? Sanofi itself, the manufacturer of the vaccine. Hindi po ako. Yan po ang deklarasyon ng Sanofi Pharmaceuticals, a foreign company, when they said, we did not say that this was going to solve the problem of dengue coming into the picture in the country. It will not make the children immune, even. In fact, they will have more chances of having dengue if they were vaccinated. Yan po sinabi nung Sanofi. E binanggit ko rin po yan. Kaya po tayo ngayon ay may problema. Ang mga ina, at hindi nakakalimot doon sa tetanus toxoid, at yung mga ina na hindi pa rin nalilimutan, ang Dengvaxia scandal. Scandal because lumabas ang katotohanan sa ating investigasyon ng Kongresong ito. We investigated that particular issue. It came out very clearly that they rushed the immunization program. They were catching up with the elections of 2016. Pinilit nilang bakunahan, maski na ayaw magpabakuna, binigyan ng quota mga congressmen, 200,000 ka, 500,000, 1 million ka, para lamang magastos ang pera. E yan po naman ay pumutok na ngayon. At sinasabi ng mga ina, bago sila maniwala ulit sa DOH, ay marami dapat gawin ang bagong pamunuan ng Department of Health. Ako naman ay natutuwa sapagkat ginagawa ni Secretary Duque ang lahat upang mabawi ang tiwala ng mga mamamayan. Now, the lady who stood up yesterday branded my information that I was carrying to the chamber as nothing but fake news. Ganyan. That is unfair. Coming from a member of Congress, she should have respected my opinion as I would have respected hers. But since she branded it as fake news, I'm willing to prove this in any forum. Humili na siya. I will prove that she is wrong. And she is guilty of some wrongdoing in government. If she proves that I have infected this chamber with fake news, I'm willing to be prosecuted and I'm willing to resign my position. But if I am able to prove in that debate that I'm inviting her to join me in, she has to answer for the Dengvaxia deaths and the dengue deaths
Point of order, Mr.
of our
Speaker.
children.
Mr. Speaker,
Otherwise,
point of order.
I will personally
Mr.
prosecute
Speaker,
her.
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what rule is the subject of the point of order of
Mr.
the lady?
Speaker, today is not a Monday. May I know why the Honorable Atienza is standing up and again spreading misinformation that tetanus toxoid causes sterility?
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as I prefaced before the introduction, the Honorable Atienza is rising under Rule 102 of our rules, where he availed of the right to speak on a matter of personal and collective privilege, on a matter about his reputation. With that, Mr. Speaker, everything is in order and the Honorable Atienza has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with the answer of the Majority Leader, allow me to enlighten him that our rules say no matter can be discussed without a quorum. I therefore move that we call the roll.
Session suspended.
We can call the roll 1,000,000 times. I'll still challenge
Mr.
her.
Speaker, may I request the Secretary General to bring the honorable colleague out of this floor. We are not on session and he keeps on talking.
Mas maganda yun. Mas maganda yun. Oo, mas okay yun. Okay, yeah.
Majority, kaya naman sila gusto ng pansin. Kung apa sa topic ng business, basta kaya acknowledge na sila.
Sa pila ni sila ko.
Sa kaningan nila nagdapit na mag-priority.
Ano ba yun?
Opening of the co-op month man ron, October 1. Walang mag-ipin. PW, sa nga po kita. Sus, na nag-congratulations yung mo. Hello po, dinagat.
Ay, ano ka
Ah, yes.
or
Tapos na yung term niya, nag-term. Tapos niya.
Oh,
Nag-governor mo siya.
sa kadati.
Mayor, di ba? Third term yan. Oh, last term. Pila di ka district Kidul? Apat ito.
Ang ginagat ko.
Lone district mo dito.
Is na kami 9 years ago.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Thank you. Point of order. Hindi, inapayan. Inapayan. Wait, contra de mono. Grabe suno na
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our parliamentary status is that the Honorable Atienza has the floor on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Honorable Atienza is
Representative Lito Atienza is now recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying before I was interrupted, we totally disclaim any fake news sourcing of what we bring forth in this chamber. We have too much respect for the Congress of the Philippines to be entertaining fake news. An allegation was made from the gentle lady, and I'm replying to her. I am challenging her to a debate before the public so that whoever is proven guilty, if I'm proven guilty, I should resign my position here. But if I can prove her guilty, she should resign from her post, and I will go further. We will file the necessary charges that we shied away from earlier. Yung Dengvaxia is a campaign which exposed children to dengue and to possible death. Up to now, we do not know how many actually died because of Dengvaxia. And the responsibility of the Dengvaxia campaign rests on the shoulder of the lady who is violently reacting to what we are delivering. With that, Mr. Speaker, we rest our case.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our esteemed Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Janet Garin.
Representative
Speaker.
Janet Garin is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is our distinguished colleague willing to be interpellated?
I would actually give more preference to more important matters on the floor. But if the lady would want to engage this representation, I never refuse a lady. Gladly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. My first question is, did you feel or did you hear your name being alluded to in my interpellation in the privilege speech of the Honorable Bernadette Herrera D. yesterday?
Mr. Speaker, common sense dictates, and I have a lot of common sense. I was the one interpellating, and then she followed by questioning the interpellation and the message that we were carrying on the floor. So, who else could she have been referring to? The wind? Congressman Daza? Ako po nakatayo rito eh.
So, Mr.
Kaya,
Speaker, my
kung
question
sinasabi
is,
niya na hindi ako ang kanyang pinatatamaan, para sa akin, tama na yun.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I am not saying anything. I am asking a question. Narinig mo ba na sinabi ang pangalan mo, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues? Or let me rephrase my question. If you did not hear that your name was being mentioned, did you feel that you were the one being alluded to?
The lady is speaking like a seasoned lawyer with double meaning questions. Of course, I was feeling that I was being referred to because I was the one interpellating Congresswoman Lee. But if she would want to say now, officially, I was not referring to you, Mr. Congressman, I will accept the words of a lady. As I said, I respect the rights and privileges of a lady as differentiated from that of a man.
Mr.
Kung
Speaker,
sasabihin niyan,
distinguished
hindi ako yun, hindi ako yun.
Mr. Speaker, ang sinabi ko po na ang fake news ay nakakasakit at nakakamatay dahil maraming life-saving vaccines ang nasira dahil sa mga maling impormasyon, lalo na kung ito hindi nanggagaling sa mga eksperto. Again, Mr. Speaker, I was not specifically alluding to any person unless he or she is guilty that they or he or she is pretending to be an expert where he or she is not. My point here, Mr. Speaker, if the Honorable Atienza is requesting me to say that I am not alluding to him, ang isasagot ko po dyan, depende po sa kanya yun, kasi hindi naman po niya ako kasama 24/7. Kung meron po kayong mga sinasabi kaukol sa bakuna, matatamaan kayo. Pero ang sinasabi niyo naman, totoo, hindi po kayo matatamaan. Let me move further, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Atienza was actually saying that he was interpolating the Honorable Bernadette Herrera D., who was actually expounding on the campaign for a rabid polio vaccination campaign because of what is happening in our country now and the low polio vaccination coverage of IPV, which is pegged 40%. What is the relation of tetanus toxoid to polio vaccine?
Mr. Speaker, this college of members elected by the people should help one another. If anyone has any knowledge of anything, it is his or her duty to help the one delivering the important message. Our intention was to guide Congresswoman D that the problem lies with a question of credibility on the part of the DOH. Credibility and confidence of the public, which were lost because of the tetanus toxoid chicanery. Ang sabi sa mga ina, yun daw ay proteksyon sa tetanus. Ang tanong namin, bakit babae ay kanilang ini-immunize, samantalang manggagawa, karpintero, kaminero, mangingisda, ang siyang tinatamaan ng tetanus. So we researched and we found out the toxoid was laced, 20% of the toxoid was laced with HCG. Alam ni Doktora yan, Secretary of Health. Should know
Mr.
that.
Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Anyway, let me finish my reply. Otherwise, we will not get anywhere. Ang amin po ay constructive that we must now address the problem of lost credibility and confidence. Sinundan on the Boxes scandal, where this House was rocked by that scandal. We spent long hours investigating, and we had found out all the data that we needed to send some people to jail. But in deference to relations and memories of camaraderie, I think the report was not enough and was not pinpointing responsibilities. If the lady felt alluded to, again, hindi ko rin problema yun. Problema nila yun dahil sila ang nagpakana ng Degvaxia. Ang problema ngayon, ang mga ina nagdududa sa gobyerno para
Mr. Speaker,
bakunahan yung kanilang
if
mga
I
anak
may,
ng polio vaccine.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, para hindi
Mr.
po tayo
Speaker,
dito,
I
let's
cannot
take
tolerate
it one at a time.
any more of
Mr.
this
Speaker.
kind of actuations where the rights of a member of Congress is curtailed. We will not allow it. Allow me to finish, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang punto ko lang po na sinasabi sa ating kasamahan dito, para po hindi nalilito ang taong bayan at yung ating mga kasamahan, let's take it one step at a time. Let's discuss polio, and then tetanus toxoid, and then dengue vaccine. Kasi kung pong ginagawa po nating chapsuy, hindi po naintindihan ng mga kababayan natin yung ating mensahe. That's why I was interjecting, Mr. Speaker, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Speaker, malinaw na malinaw po sa aking isipan, niloloko ang tao, kaya nawawala ng tiwala ang mga ina. Ibalik natin ang tiwalang yon, magpababakuna lahat ng mga bata.
Mr.
Ang mga anak ko ay binakunahan sa health center, 6, noong mga panahong nakaraan, na buong buo ang tiwala ng mamamayan sa mga health center. Ngayon, tanungin niyo mga ina, dalawang duda nila. baka yan yun na naman tetanus toxoid. O kaya Dymvexia na naman yan. Kaya, ang problema natin, pagtulong-tulungan nating harapin. Let's help Secretary Duque regain public confidence and credibility so that we may be able to vaccinate children who may be exposed to diseases.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, that's why I wanted to clear it up and interpolate our distinguished colleague here. Unang-una po, I am with you, distinguished colleague, in saying that we should help DOH bring back the confidence of the people in terms of public health programs. Kailangan po yan, and that's why if you observe, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, in the series of budget hearings, I was very keen in telling DOH and Secretary Duque, maximize and utilize the experts rather than just letting them sit there. Una po, Mr. Speaker, baka po hindi po naintindihan when he mentioned that I was alluding to the statement on the DOH, bringing back the confidence of the people to DOH. Hindi po yun ang problema, Mr. Speaker, when I interpolated the Honorable Bernadette Herrera D. I stood up, not because I am a congresswoman, not because I am just a doctor, but more so because I am a mother who also has children. I have actually been trained on advanced vaccinology, but I have never flaunted that. And my training with the University of Geneva taught me many lessons. First, vaccinology is actually a very foreign topic that is difficult to laymanize. Kaya nga po nung narinig ko ang tetanus toxoid, and I was actually of the impression that polio vaccine was the one being discussed, I stood up because of a matter of obligation, having also been trained on the aspect of obstetrics and gynecology. Mr. Speaker of the Honorable Atienza will allow me, tama po yung tanong niya, ay bakit po ba yung mga lalaki, yung mga manggagawa, yung mga kabataan, hindi binabakunahan ng tetanus toxoid? Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, mali po yun. The government vaccination program actually has DPT-1, DPT-2, DPT-3 at 1.5, 2.5, and 3.5 months old. DPT stands for diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus. It's a vaccine that is 3-in-1. So at 1.5 months old, libre po na binibigay yung bakuna ng tetanus sa lahat ng mga baby. Ang second dose po ay binibigay at 2.5 months old, and the third dose is at 3.5 months old. Subalit, dahil pagka lumalaki ang bata, bumabawas ang bisa ng bakuna, when I joined the DOH family, meron naman pong syntaxes, minarapat po namin na yung obligasyon ng pribadong mga magulang ibigay sa DOH. Ano po ba ito? The government has been providing the first 3 doses for free. You need at least 5 doses in your lifetime to be immune from tetanus. That's why we embarked. Kasi ang nangyari po, yung private na ang nagpapabakuna at 7 years old and 11 years old at hindi nagiging epektibo kasi walang pambayad yung ibang nanay. That is why we started the school-based immunization campaign where the 4th dose of tetanus toxoid is given at 7 years old and the 5th dose is given at 11 years old. Kaya pagka ikaw lumampas na sa edad na 11, you have actually completed the 5 doses. Ano po ba ang sinasabi ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan? He is actually referring to the tetanus toxoid booster that is given to pregnant women. Binibigay po siya 2 beses habang buntis yung nanay dahil nung panahon na yun, wala pang school-based immunization program. If you missed your tetanus toxoid at 7 years old and 11 years old at manganganak ka, marami po, Your Honor, ang nanganganak sa ospital na minsan contaminated ang mga gamit at dumadami po yung ating tinatawag na tetanus, neonatal tetanus, and the tetanus that infects the mother. If we see our record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, nung tinanggal, by virtue of a court order, tinanggal ang tetanus toxoid sa buong bansa, somewhere in the mid-1990s, ang dami pong namatay na mga baby at mga nanay. Kaya agad po itong binalik. And now, just last year, the Philippines is proud to have been declared free of neonatal tetanus. Kaya po ang tanong po ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, bakit hindi yung ating mga lalaki at magsasaka at ating mga kawani, binabakunahan rin po sila. Kaya lang, binibigay po ang booster doses at 7 and 11 years old. And kung meron po tayong mga calamities, makikita niyo po yan, yung ating pong mga mayors and governors dito, pagka merong mga bagyo, o merong mga lindol, o may mga nangyayari, agad-agad sa evacuation centers, nagkakaroon po ng booster shots ang ating mga public health workers. Kung ikaw naman ay nasugatan o na-aksidente, binibigyan ka agad-agad ng 2 klase ng tetanus. Yung po yung tinatawag na TTIG, which is actually tetanus immunoglobulin, ibig sabihin within 24 hours dahil may sugat ka, at yung isa naman ay pwedeng sumunod lang. Yan po, isa lang po ang libre sa gobyerno, yung isa po binibili. Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, is that is basically the reason why I stood up yesterday. Because I was seeing that the privileged speech being delivered by our colleague was actually shifting into a lot of issues covering immunization. And the issue on tetanus toxoid causing sterilization has actually been one of the backlogs of vaccination in our country and one of the reasons why neonatal tetanus was not eradicated. On the issue naman of MMR, or the measles, mumps, rubella virus, that was coined falsely and fakely with autism, Dr. Wakefield has been removed of his license. Yan nga po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ang rason kung bakit ako tumayo. Tumayo po ako, kaakibat niyo po ako na kailangan tulungan natin ang Department of Health. Pero kailangan alam po natin ang totoo para wala po tayong mga maling statements with regards to vaccination. Mr. Speaker, our distinguished colleague here mentioned how many more deaths will be caused by Dengvaxia. Is our distinguished colleague aware of the December 22 declaration of the World Health Organization, followed by a declaration of the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts of the World Health Organization in June and again in August of 2018?
First of all, Mr. Speaker, we would like to thank the lady for a lengthy medical protocol lecture. I learned a lot this afternoon. But anyway, tinatanong po niya kung ano ang aking pananaw tungkol sa tetanus toxoid.
Your Honor, my question was, are you aware of the December 22 declaration of the World Health Organization in Geneva that was followed by a June declaration of SAGE, which stands for the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts? Still, it's aligned with WHO, but that's actually a component organization represented by vaccination experts and infectious disease specialist experts in each country, and another in August. Are you aware of that declaration?
Then I will answer that with a basic question. When you implemented the Dengvaxia vaccination, were you not aware that you should have been very careful in selecting the children to be vaccinated? Dahil ang sabi ng Sanofi, nakinig po ako sa kanila, we told the Department of Health, be very selective. Only those who have been exposed to dengue should be vaccinated. The Department of Health did not follow that. We had a massive recruitment here in Congress. Congressmen were told you are given 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 children as your quota. Kaya ang dami pong nabakunahan na hindi dapat nabakunahan. Tama po ba yun? O mali din ang Sanofi at mali din po yung aming pagkakaintindi?
Mr. Speaker, that's why I asked the question, kung alam po ba ng ating kagalang-galang na kasamahan, yung December 22 declaration ng World Health Organization in Geneva that was actually sent to all countries, especially the Philippines, at yung pong sinunod na advisory ng Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, otherwise known as SAGE. Ano po ba ang SAGE? Ang SAGE, ang organisasyon ng buong mundo kung saan isa o dalawang eksperto ng pagbabakuna ang kinukuha ng WHO, and they meet twice a year. There were 3 declarations, 1 statement, 1 message. Nobody has died of the Dengvaxia vaccine, and the dengue vaccine does not cause deaths. Kaya po sinasabi ko ito kasi kanina sinabi niya ilan pa ang mamamatay. And these are actually the statements that has created and sowed fear sa ating mga kababayan. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, our distinguished colleague mentioned, hindi sinunod ang sinabi ng WHO. Pasensya na po, mawalang
Hindi po ako
galang
nagsabi
po.
noon. Ang Sanofi ang
Mr.
nagsabi
Speaker,
noon.
let me finish. Hindi po totoo yun. Everything that we did was aligned with the WHO guidelines at that time. When Sanofi Pasteur requested for a change in labeling, that was what they did. It never said that it is linked to deaths. They were simply categorizing the endemic countries and the non-endemic countries together with the zero prevalence status of each country. Nung ginawa po ang dengue vaccination program, pinag-aralan po yan, sinimulan noong 2005. Wala pa po ako sa DOH. Itinuloy po hanggang 2010, natapos noong 2014, ando dun na po when I assumed the only problem there was the implementation because the Department of Health was awaiting funds. Kaya nga po, Mr. Speaker, kung minamarapat po ng ating kasama dito is that I will be very much willing to make a PowerPoint presentation of how the decision was arrived at upon resumption of session, all the guidelines and compass that we have followed. Ito lang po ang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker. Sa pananaw po ba ng ating kasamahan, kung totoo ang haka-haka ng mga hindi eksperto na nakakamatay ang bakuna na ito, bakit po patuloy ito na ginagamit ng 21 countries plus the European Union countries plus the United States where the US FDA is actually one of the most, if not the most stringent food and drug authority in the whole world?
Mr. Speaker, this is a typical male-female dialogue. One word from the male, 100 words from the female. But let me answer that question. Why do governments still use the vaccine? Because they're using it according to the application rules of the vaccine. Dito lang po sa atin, tunay na hindi ginawa yung dapat gawin ng Department of Health. Kaya tayo nagka-problema. Anyway, I've said that. I will always say that. I will never change my position. Although in the investigation in Congress, she did not hear me question. Why? Because I respected relation. But now that she has said a lot of things, I repeat my offer to her. Let's debate on this issue
Mr. Speaker,
on television
distinguished colleague.
and prove to the Filipinos that you did not commit an error of judgment. And I will prove otherwise. And whoever wins in that debate will remain in the Congress of the Philippines because the loser should by delicadeza resign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I have the same mutual respect to my colleague. Unfortunately, the issue on I'm a female and he is a male, I don't want to put meaning on that. We do not tolerate sexism in this house. But my point is, babae ka man o lalaki ka man, isa lang po ang pinanggagalingan natin. Yan po ang boses ng taong bayan. So it will not actually erase or delete our passion to serve our people. Dahil para ke pa na nandito tayo kung hindi tayo tatayo upang sabihin ang katotohanan. The challenge for me to resign, if indeed Dengvaxia causes deaths, surely, Mr. Speaker, I welcome and I accept that. I've been saying that several times, dengue vaccine does not cause deaths. At kung ang sinasabi niya dahil ginawa ng ibang bansa, ang hindi ginawa ng Pilipinas, my challenge to the Honorable Atienza is to make a call to all the incumbent ministers of health of the 21 countries plus the European countries and the United States of America and ask them, did the Philippines do it right? Or what is the fault of the Philippine DOH? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, vaccination is a very tedious, masalimuot po ang topiko na ito dahil kung matatandaan niyo po, Even when Apolinario Mabini died because of polio, he was misconstrued as having died of a sexually transmitted disease. So much so that his family, bearing the burden of public ridicule, despite what he has done for our beloved country, decided to stand up, exhume his bodies, and prove to the world that Apolinario Mabini died of polio. They were able to isolate the polio virus in the course of the marrows of his bones, proving the wrong news and the wrong impression that he died of a sexually transmitted disease. Ganito rin po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, ang nangyari sa mga scientificong gumawa ng mga bakuna. Sa mga scientists na minsan ay hindi naiintindihan ang ginagawa nila ay para sa taong bayan. Vaccination is actually a very difficult task because you earn the fruits of what you plant after several decades when you already eradicate the disease. I will not back out, but I will still stood firm in saying that vaccine and vaccination saves lives. Maski po sangkatutak na kaso ang ipatong sa akin, I will not stop in speaking up the truth. Because why will I be afraid in doing my duty? Bakit ko po kakatakutang tumayo at alagaan ang mga batang Pilipino kung ito ay aking obligasyon? Science is at my back. Every statement that we make, every issue that we answer, every move that the Department of Health does during my tenure is backed up by voluminous documents of 24 years of trial. Kaya po, isa lang po ang masasabi ko. I cannot please everybody. But if, Mr. Speaker, you know that the truth is behind your back, you will always stand up. Because being afraid and failing to speak the truth and failing to defend the helpless children who badly need our vaccines is just like saying, you do not deserve to live this world. You do not deserve to be called an honorable member, an honorable public official. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, vaccination is not just our children's obligation. It is the right of every people. It is an obligation of our government. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker,
Proceed.
we would like to thank the Majority Floor Leader and the Speaker who gave us a chance to elucidate one another on this issue. I will leave the rostrum with one message. There are three things that cannot be hidden: the moon, the sun, and the truth. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Atienza and its interpellation to the Committee on Rules. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to acknowledge the guests of Honorable Irene Saulog of the Kalinga Party List, from the school administrators and principals of Maranatha Christian Academy of Makati Chapter, Mr. Alden Palanca, Mrs. Elesa Palanca, Mr. Andreo Pabelico, Mrs. Adelpha Pabelico.
Kindly stand up to be acknowledged. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to acknowledge the guests of Representative Lucy Torres Gomez from the 4th District of Leyte, Board Member Carmen Jean Torres Rama, and Ms. Jo Arbis.
Please stand up to be recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, motion is carried. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gentleman from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, the Honorable Representative Gabriel Bordado, to avail of the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Bordado is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the past few days, stories about proclaiming the real vice president were making the rounds on social media. Clearly, a desperate attempt initiated by trolls and panicky supporters of a losing vice presidential candidate, perhaps in a bid to sway public opinion on the incoming Presidential Electoral Tribunal decision. Mr. Speaker, they even came up with fabricated and rehashed graphics indicating the supposed victory of their candidate. The more logical voices online, however, Mr. Speaker, were quick to point out what is true and obvious, that in this very hall, more than 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Congress proclaimed the duly elected Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Maria Leonor Leni Gerona Robredo. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, since her assumption to office, she has been subjected to political propaganda and lies masquerading as news. As the leader of the opposition, she has been a target of harassment from those who wish to undermine the will of the people. This electoral protest, Mr. Speaker, is just one among the many attacks being thrown against her. Mr. Speaker, in anticipation of the Presidential Electoral Tribunal's verdict, let's lay out the facts of the protest. Mr. Speaker, Vice President Robredo's margin of victory was 263,473 votes in 2016. This was challenged by Mr. Marcos, saying that there was widespread cheating during the elections. In order to prove his point, Mr. Speaker, the PET, or the Presidential Electoral Tribunal, asked him to select 3 provinces where he could show that fraud did occur. Mr. Marcos chose Camarines Sur, Negros Oriental, and Iloilo. After the recount, Mr. Speaker, Vice President Robredo's winning margin grew to 279,215 votes. Mr. Speaker, the Philippine Star columnist Federico Pascual, in his article last Sunday, September 29, 2019, explained how this increase happened. Pascual quoted election lawyer Emil Marañon III as saying that PET's manual recount matched the election day count, which became the basis of Robredo's proclamation. No discrepancy was found during the PET's audit of the ballots, unquote. Mr. Chairman, but if the count and the audit were correct, why did the Vice President gain more votes in the recount? Mr. Chairman, Pascual again quoted Attorney Marañon. These are the recoveries from the ballots, which were shaded but rejected by the vote counting machine on election day. But now they are being counted following the intent of the voter rule, unquote. Mr. Speaker, originally, Vice President Robredo's increase was around 19,000 votes. But there were also some votes recovered for Mr. Marcos. At the end of the process, Mr. Speaker, Vice President Robredo had an additional of more than 15,000 votes. Mr. Speaker, since the recount is done, what should we and the public expect? The numbers, Mr. Speaker, are clear, and there is no doubt on who won the elections. According to the Presidential Electoral Tribunal's Rule number 65, if Mr. Marcos's chosen provinces do not yield substantial recovery in his favor, the ballot boxes from the remaining provinces will no longer be opened and the protests shall be dismissed. Mr. Speaker, at a time when facts are easily twisted and lies are sensationalized, I urge everyone to stand by the truth. Mr. Speaker, as Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin puts it, we should be careful of what we do here because the credibility of our processes as well as the political system is at stake, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with the Chief Justice, and this can only be done by respecting the legitimate will of the people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Congressman Bordado.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Bordado be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Majority Floor.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentle lady from the 5th District of Camarines Sur, the Honorable Jocelyn Fortuno, to avail of the privileged hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Fortuno, you are recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, guests, and all of those who are here tonight who had been touched at one point in their lives by a teacher. September 5 to October 5 is National Teachers Month, and October 5 is World Teachers Day. Two declarations to honor the men and women who have dedicated their lives to take care of the education of our children. It is said that the greatest gift that parents can give their children is the gift of education. We Filipinos take this to heart. This is the driving force of our OFWs, who toughly brave the loneliness of working in foreign lands just to be able to afford the education of their children. This is why our hearts break when our children in the chaos and confusion fail us and drop out of school to pursue worldly pleasures before we are able to equip them with the tools they need to survive the complexities of life. Our partners, our allies, our soldiers in this most important battle are the teachers. It has also been said that man's greatness and genius through the history of mankind would not have been possible if it were not for the person or group of people that helped them discover their talents, unlock their potential, build their confidence, and embark them on a pathway of learning to be strong enough to stand on their own. Who would Aristotle be without Socrates? Would we have known the learning potential of blind people were it not for Anne Sullivan patiently coaching a blind Helen Keller? And what about Maria Montessori, an Italian educator who early on discovered a system for educating young children by helping them find that spark that would gradually encourage them to enjoy the process of learning? We have, from the beginning of time, produced such prolific philosophers like Plato, Cicero, Pythagoras, Bertrand Russell, Joseph Conrad, to name a few, their minds gifted with such abundance and fertility of thoughts. Yet, it's hard to imagine how they came to be without the help of that one person who inspired them to think, thus igniting the fire in their young minds. The intricate bond of love that the teachers and the students have for each other are forged in the hours they spend together, exploring the frontiers of knowledge and the workings of the heart and the mind. The teachers opening doors for willing spirits and embracing what golden nuggets of wisdom they find along the way. Such is the complexity of the tasks that we expect teachers to do. Shouldn't we ensure then that we have the right people on the ground? When the framers of our Constitution mandated that we give the biggest slice of the budget to education, they have this thought as their frame of reference. To get the best result, recruit the best people to do the job. In the corporate world, this is the #1 consideration. This means being ready to pay the cost. This means using an attractive package of compensation to find and keep the workforce, sustain their peak motivation, and keeping them on their toes, well-equipped and ready to deal with the ever-changing challenges. This is how we should treat our teachers. This is how to ensure that the welfare of the persons dearest to our hearts, our children and grandchildren, are not only in good hands, but in the hands of the best. An investment on our teachers is an investment on our global future. Let us do our best in providing them with the essential tools that would foster learning. Teachers are the backbone of any educational system. They influence our children's lives, and though it takes time for us to see the fruits of their hard work, our nation's future is on their hands. We have a responsibility to nurture them as much as they nurture our future's future. Man has conquered great heights, explored all frontiers of this earth, from the world's tallest mountains, the glacial terrains of the Arctic, the deepest gorge of the Mariana Trench, the exotic Galapagos and Patagonia Islands, even the vastness of the Saharan Desert and the Amazon River. Isn't it just as important that we should also explore and delve deep into the human mind and heart? As legislators, we have in our hands the power to make this happen. When the time comes for us to deliberate on the bills we have filed out of our deep and sincerest concern for our teachers, let us craft a bill which will give the teachers a top-notch salary, a pay which is liberating, a wage which will free their minds from worrying about how they could make both ends meet. Raising the teachers' capability to live a fairly comfortable life will be beneficial to society in the long run. The field of education will be competitive in attracting the right and the best people to do the job. Then we can rest easy. Our beloved children, whom we rightly love above everything and anyone else, will indeed be in good hands. When we have before us the responsibility of rearing good and responsible citizens, the seemingly insurmountable mountain of challenges that face us pales in comparison to what we can contribute to the Filipino dream. That every child, regardless of physical constraints, regardless of poverty, be educated, to be healthy both in mind and in spirit, and to be happy, for essentially, isn't that what we always have hoped for? My esteemed colleagues, today we honor our teachers in words. Tomorrow and for always, we should walk the talk. We should commit ourselves to always care for them in words and in action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Fortuno. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from ACT Teachers Party List, the Honorable Franz Castro, for her manifestation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Franz Castro, you're recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nagpapasalamat po ako, Mr. Speaker, at bilang dating guro ng public school ng 25 taon, na-touch po ako doon sa mga nabanggit sa privilege speech ni Congresswoman Fortuno at nag-agree po ako doon sa kanyang mga sinasabi, lalong-lalo na po yung sa sinasabi niya na tungkol doon sa tayong mga legislators, dapat tignan natin yung kapakanan ng ating mga kaguruan. Nakita natin ang ating mga kaguruan in terms of yung economic condition ng ating mga kaguruan, Mr. Speaker. Sa ngayon po, alam niyo po, ang Teacher 1 ay 20,754 ang gross salary nito. Mas malala pa po doon sa mga private school na meron lang mga 8 to 12,000 na sweldo ng mga teachers. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, yung conditions of work. Nakita natin, Mr. Speaker, na yung mga teacher natin ay talagang buhay na bayani ng ating lipunan dahil po sa kakarampot na sweldo ay natitiis po nito yung kondisyon ng kanyang paggawa. Natitiis po nito yung kakarampot na sweldo para yung kanyang karunungan, skills ay may bahagi doon sa ating mga teachers natin. Kaya napakahalaga po, Mr. Speaker, na tayong mga legislators ay pahalagahan yung role na ginagampanan ng ating mga guro sa ating lipunan. So, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang sigurong i-manifest dahil tayo po dito sa Kongreso, may mga panukalang batas po tayo na magtataas sa sweldo ng mga guro natin. Kaya lang po, i-manifest ko lang, Mr. Speaker, sana makatulong ang kapulungan na ito, yung aming panawagan ni Congresswoman Fortuno na sana substantial yung salary increase na maibibigay natin sa ating mga kaguruan. Ma-agree po ba dito si Congresswoman Fortuno?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my appreciation to the Honorable Castro for such a positive manifestation in support of the idea that this body really has the power to increase whatever amount we could give to our teachers to make their conditions in the field livable and comfortable.
Okay.
Would Honorable Castro make a motion to refer that to the proper committee?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, siguro pwede ko ring sabihin na dapat ang kapulungang ito ay gawing urgent. Etong mga panukalang mga batas para taasan ang sweldo ng ating mga kaguruan dahil alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, October 1, sa Sabado po, October 5. Ito lang po siguro yung maibibigay nating regalo doon sa ating mga teachers ngayong pambansa at World Teachers Day. So minamanifest ko po, Mr. Speaker, na sana po sa tulong ninyo, sa tulong po ng kapulungan na ito, na mapag-usapan agad ang pagtaas ng sweldo ng ating mga kaguruan. Marami pong salamat.
Are you not going to make a motion? Are you not going to make a motion to refer the speech of Honorable Fortuno to the proper committee? Oh, anyway, yeah, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the privileged speech of Congresswoman Fortuno and the manifestation of Cong Franz Castro to the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is carried. Majority Floor Leader. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in order to give our colleague a chance to manifest, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lauren Legarda.
Honorable Lauren Legarda, you are recognized.
I apologize because I'm new in this big house, and so I was actually raising my hand. Yes, I understand I should have gone to the podium. So I hope I had not interrupted the proceedings. I simply wanted, Mr. Speaker, to associate myself with the brilliant and timely and relevant speech of our colleague, esteemed Representative Jocelyn Fortuno from the 5th District of Camarines Sur. We all have our affiliation with teachers. My own grandmother from Antique, Carmen Helia, was a public school teacher. I would therefore commend you for the timely intervention on World Teachers Day, which is October 5. And for the benefit of my colleagues in this House of Representatives, we passed in the 2019 GAA an 800 million amendment for the teachers for this year on October 5. Please ask every teacher in your district whether they have received the allowance which should have been equally divided among all teachers all over the country. 800 million divided by the 900,000 or more teachers, if I'm not mistaken. And so, my simple manifestation is first, an appreciation for the timely intervention of Your Honor. Second, is to make sure that the DepEd, in fact, cascades it and utilizes and gives it in a timely manner, the 800 million pesos, which this representation, as your former Chair of Finance in the Senate, which is for implementation for this year. Also, may I request the new Chair of Appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate's new Chair of Finance to embed it in the annual budget and let DBM make it an annual NEP so that it would not be reliant on the intervention of a lawmaker. And so, ang hiling ko po, alamin natin sa ating mga guro, natanggap ba ninyo ang karagdagang allowance sa October 5 sa World Teachers Day in recognition of your valiant efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Lauren Legarda. Perhaps we can ask the oversight function of the Committee on Education to find out if the 800 million was indeed given to the teachers. So if you can make that into motion that we are going to convene the oversight function of the Committee on DepEd, then we can ask. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Sara Ilago of Kabataan Party List for her manifestation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ilago, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This youth representation would like to express our salute and our highest regards to all the Filipino teachers and all who have been molding the future of this nation, the inheritors of our future, and all those who have been heeding the call for us to realize our very important and historic role as pag-asa ng bayan, the hope of our land. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga guro. We are with you in the struggle for teachers' rights and welfare, hindi lang po sa pagdadagdag ng sahod sa ating mga guro dahil hindi po yan isang dapat lang regalo para sa mga teachers. Yan po ay isang matter of obligation para sa ating mga mambabatas bilang pagsuporta sa mga ilaw, sa mga tanglaw ng ating mga eskwelahan, ng ating mga pamantasan at kahit saan pang espasyo kung saan ang ating mga bata at kabataan ay natututo kung paano po sila magiging mabuti na mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, and again, maraming salamat din po sa ating distinguished legislator from Camarines Sur at sa lahat po ng ating mga kinatawan ng mga guro sa kapulungan na ito. In advance, Mr. Speaker, and with solid commitment to follow through in all these or through all these manifestation, happy World Teachers Day on October 5. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ilago. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the manifestations of Honorable Lauren Legarda and Honorable Sara Ilago be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is carried. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the guest of ang Provinciano Party List Representative, the Honorable Alfred de los Santos. Please recognize Mitch Carson and Speak in Manila Organization.
Kindly stand up to be recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Co-op NATCO Party List, the Honorable Sabiniano Canama, for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Panama, you are recognized. I'm sure you were recognized by the gallery, so please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, before I deliver my privileged speech, please allow me to acknowledge the presence of the cooperative leaders in the gallery. They come from all over the country, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, led by the Philippine Cooperative Center, or PCC, together with the Cooperative Development Authority, or CDA. They are here in connection with the celebration of the National Cooperative Month this October. Year 2019 is the 104th anniversary of the cooperative movement in the Philippines. After 104 years, the Cooperative Development Authority has registered a total of 26,000 plus cooperatives, out of which 18,000 plus are functional or operating based on the data recorded by the CDA as of 2018. The total membership of the cooperative sector is approximately 11 million individuals. The cooperatives have generated more than 580,000 direct and indirect employment. These cooperatives produced billions of pesos worth of goods and services. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, cooperatives are significant contributors to the Philippine economy. Cooperatives have empowered the least fortunate members of our society through various programs. They are doing different community services to complement the government's efforts in bringing peace and development, especially in the countryside. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, during this Cooperative Month celebration, we would like to highlight, in behalf of the cooperative sector in the country, our thanks and gratitude. First, to President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for his solid support to the cooperative movement through various programs and services extended to cooperatives and its members. Just recently, he signed into law Republic Act 11364, an act reorganizing and strengthening the Cooperative Development Authority, or CDA, which will surely bring about a strong partnership between the SEED agency and the cooperative sector. Second, we thank our colleagues in Congress for the retention of our co-op tax exemptions. And further, Mr. Speaker, thank you for our colleagues for allocating funds for the different programs directly benefiting the cooperatives. Third, we thank the various agencies in making cooperatives as their primary partners in implementing the various programs like the 4Ps of the DSWD, the P3 of the Department of Trade and Industry, the PLIA of the Department of Agriculture, livelihood capability programs of DAR, DOLI, BFAR, TISDA, and DOST, the medical services of the Department of Health, and many, many others. Fourth, we thank the various local government units through the municipal mayors, city mayors, and provincial governors, and their respective legislative councils, who extended utmost support to the cooperative movement through their voluntary creation of local cooperative offices and cooperative development councils with corresponding personnel and budget allocation. All of this contributed to the development of the cooperatives in their area. I know, Mr. Speaker, that some of the local officials are here with us today as members of the 18th Congress. Salamat po sa kanila. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, let me also express my gratitude to to the men and women who continue to volunteer and serve as board of directors, committee members, and officers of their respective cooperatives. We would like to emphasize and take note that these serve as volunteers for the sake and for the good of their cooperatives. Thank you also to the management and staff of the various cooperatives who stayed and served in the movement, who contributed their skills and talents in spite of much better compensation and higher benefits compared to the other sectors. And most of all, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, thank you for the 11 million strong members of the cooperative movement who choose to become part of the movement, who have the passion, who have the heart for poverty alleviation. Palakpakan po natin yung mga members ng kooperatiba sa buong bansa. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, this representation under the Co-op NATCO party list, after conducting consultations with the various cooperative sectors and government agencies, would like to put forward to this 18th Congress the cooperative sector's priority legislative agenda. We are appealing and hoping for your support for the passage of the following. First, amendments to Republic Act 9520 or the Cooperative Code of the Philippines, particularly on lifting the tax exemption threshold for cooperatives from the present limit of 10 million General Reserve Fund. Second, House Bill 2433, an act mandating its local government to allocate cooperatives 2% of its appropriations for local development projects. Third, House Bill 2435, an act providing for the creation of the Cooperative Banking Act. And last, House Bill 2436, an act making the position of a cooperative officer mandatory in the municipal, city, and provincial levels. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, in behalf of the cooperative sector, we call upon the Bureau of Internal Revenue as our partner in development to assist the cooperatives in complying the requirements and further relax the TIN or tax identification number requirements for the issuance of the certificate of tax exemption. We call upon the Land Bank of the Philippines as our primary financial partner of the cooperatives in the countryside to review their products and services and to make this more suitable, affordable to the marginalized and vulnerable sectors, especially the farmers and fisherfolks. We call upon all other agencies to continue and even strengthen more our partnership by extending to cooperatives greater and priority access to various programs and services. We call upon this Congress to allocate more funds to these agencies, especially to the Cooperative Development Authority. In closing, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, let me quote this. Ang hindi marunong lumingon sa pinanggalingan ay hindi makakarating sa paroroonan. This humble representation would like to extend to the cooperative leaders, especially to the members of the NATCO party list, who supported and exerted all efforts to get me elected to the 17th and 18th Congresses. Sa inyo po, thank you. Kung wala po kayo, kung wala po ang tulong ninyo, wala po ako dito sa Kongreso. Salamat po sa inyo. Finally, I was just elected as the chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives Development in this House of Representatives. In behalf of the sector, I would like to thank Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, my friends in the party list coalition, and all my colleagues in this 18th Congress for the trust and confidence. Hand in hand and together with all the stakeholders of the cooperative movement, we will work as one in fulfilling our mission of making cooperatives as the true instruments in reducing poverty and making cooperatives as a potent force in development and in nation building. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Mabuhay po ang kilusang kooperatiba. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanama. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from a teacher's party list, the Honorable Franz Castro, for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Franz Castro, you are recognized. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Sa ngalan po ng Makabayan Black, ay nakikiisa po ang kinatawang ito sa pagdiriwang na National Cooperative Month. Napakarami pala nating mga ipagdiriwang sa buwan na ito. Pangalawa po, Mr. Speaker, ako po ay sa ngalan din po ng Makabayan Black, sinusuportahan po natin yung privilege speech ni Congressman Kanama dahil naniniwala po tayo doon sa kanyang tinuran na ang cooperative movement is a potent force for development and national building. At dadagdagan ko lang po ito, Mr. Speaker, this is also a potent force for social transformation. Dahil po ang kooperatiba, kung ikukumpara natin sa korporasyon, Mr. Speaker, ang kooperatiba po ay pinalalago ng kanyang mga miyembro. Yung contribution po ng bawat miyembro ng kooperatiba ay pinagsasama-sama na kung magtatagumpay po ang kooperatiba at kung hindi po magtatagumpay ang kooperatiba, ay ito ay pinaghahati-hatian ng ating mga miyembro ng kooperatiba. Ibig ko pong sabihin, Mr. Speaker, yung success and risk na makukuha natin in cooperativism ay lahat po ng miyembro ay mag-share sa ganito, tagumpay man ito o hindi. Tama po ba ito, Honorable Kanama?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I am very grateful to the manifestation of my colleague. I believe she is a member also of a certain cooperative, and I believe she would work towards that direction.
Thank you, Honorable Kanama. Alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, nung ako po ay guro, inorganize po namin kasama ng aking mga kasamahan sa eskwelahan sa Quirino High School, yung Quirino High School Faculty Club Cooperative. Mula po noon, Mr. Speaker, itong cooperative na ito, dahil po doon sa spirit ng sama-samang pagkilos, spirit ng responsibilidad ng mga miyembro sa isa't isa, napalago po natin itong kooperatiba na ito. So ano po ba? Ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, ang mga eskwelahan po ay may mga kooperatiba rin. Pero sa nabanggit ng ating kasamahan mula sa Co-op-NATCO, si Honorable Kanama, nakita natin yung mga cooperative sa mga LGU, cooperative ng iba't ibang mga sektor ay naging maunlad. Pero Mr. Speaker, sa mga teachers cooperative po, ano po kaya ang maitutulong ng ating cooperative movement na pinamumunuan po ni Honorable Kanama para mapaunlad naman po natin ang cooperative ng ating mga guro sa kanilang mga eskwelahan?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to appreciate that my colleague has also organized a cooperative before in her school, meaning Honorable Franz Castro has a passion and a heart for the cooperatives. I sincerely appreciate that one. For the record, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are so many successful cooperatives which are school-based, which are composed of teachers, personnel of the DepEd, including students. As regards to her concern, how could we help those cooperatives? We are very much willing. There are continuing education, continuing strategies, how to make these cooperatives develop and most likely in the near future, competitive and maybe billionaire cooperatives. We are very, very much willing to help.
Okay. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, sa ganun pong sinabi ng ating kagalang-galang na mambabatas mula po sa Co-op-NATCO. Pinapahayag po ng kinatawan na ito ng ACT Teachers Party List na makikipagtulungan po ako sa committee ng cooperative, sa kanyang committee, para maisulong po natin itong mga kooperatiba ng ating mga eskwelahan at maisulong po natin yung kooperatiba ng ating mga mamamayan at makatulong po ito para, sa sinasabi niya kanina, para naniniwala po ako, Mr. Speaker, na ito ay magiging paraan for poverty alleviation. At ang kinatawang ito, kasama po ng ating mga kasamahan sa Makabayan Black, ay buong puso pong sumusuporta sa mga anumang mga balaki ng ating committee para sa kaiunlad ng ating kooperatiba. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Congressman Kanama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Castro. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Sagip Party List, the Honorable Rodante Marcoleta, for his interpellations. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta, you are very much recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong kinatawan ng Co-op-NATCO, napakaganda pong pakinggan ng inyong privilege speech. Marami po akong natutunan na napaka-importanting mga bagay. Nagtaka lamang po ako nung bandang huli na, meron po kayong isang kasabihan na binitawan. Sa akin pong palagay, meron kayong hinanakit. Kasi sabi po ninyo, ang hindi marunong lumingon sa kanyang pinanggalingan ay hindi makararating sa kanyang paroroonan. Meron po ba kayong pinatututsadahan doon?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished Deputy Speaker, my colleague in the party list coalition, first of all, I am so flattered and honored of your introduction that you like my privilege speech, especially on the content on cooperativism. Actually, I am not the original proponent of that saying. Kinuha ko na lang yung sa teacher ko na sabi niya, pag napunta ka na sa isang posisyon na malayo na sa dati mong pinanggalingan, dapat naman magpasalamat ka saan ka nanggaling. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, utang loob ko po sa sektor ng kooperatiba ang posisyon ko pong ito. Galing po ako sa isang yano lang na cooperative doon sa lugar ng Tanggob City, Misamis Occidental in Mindanao. Never in my imagination I would become a representative of the cooperatives. Because of the help, because of the efforts of the cooperative leaders throughout the country, utang ko po na ako po ay nandito po ngayon, kasama na po tayo. Salamat po sa kanila.
Salamat po sa paglilinaw ninyo, Ginoong Kinatawan. At ngayon ay masaya na ang aking damdamin sapagkat wala pala kayong pinatutot sa dahan. Kung hindi, yan pala'y bilang pagtanaw ninyo ng utang na loob sa inyong mga nasasakupan at nakarating kayo sa posisyon na kagaya nito upang magbalik naman kayo ng pagtulong sa kanila.
Yes, that was the essence of my quote. Para naman makapagpatuloy ako sa gusto nating gagawin dito, we need to have the continuous support of the sector. I belong to the cooperative movement. I belong to the cooperative sector. I feel and I believe whatever that I will do in this chamber, kailangan ko talaga ang tulong ng cooperative sector.
Kung ganun po ay iiwanan ko na lamang sa inyo ang isa pang salawikain sapagkat sa inyong pagtahak sa isang napakadawag na lakarin sapagkat yan ay patungo doon sa pagtatagumpay na inaasahan ng inyong mga constituents. Iiwanan ko sa inyo ang isang salawikain na alam din ninyo na ang paglalakad ng matulin kung matinik ay malalim. Kailangan po, Ginoong Kinatawan, magpakaingat kayo sapagkat inaasahan kayo ng inyong mga constituents. Huwag sana kayong matinik at kung matinik naman kayo, mababaw lang. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished Deputy Speaker, ang party list po ninyo ay sagip. I humbly request that isagipin nyo ako pagdating ng panahon na ako'y matinik.
Majority Floor. Thank you, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, sa iniwan mong kasabihan. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Kanama and its interpellations be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is carried. Thank you, Honorable Kanama, for that privileged speech. I'm sure that you have enlightened a lot of legislators so that your proposal, as far as your bills are concerned, will probably acted upon immediately. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative from AGA Party List, the Honorable Representative Rico B. Heron, for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Iron, you are recognized. Please
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Speaker. Before I proceed, I would like to thank our members from the cooperative movement na nagpakabala ngayong hapon upang makiisa sa unang araw ng ating selebrasyon ngayong Oktubre. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I rise on a matter of personal and personal privilege. Today, October 1, 2019, marks the first day of month-long celebration of Philippine Cooperative Movement, a celebration of success. Cooperative Development Authority provides the theme, a countervailing force against climate change and violent extremism through people empowerment to trailblaze, shift in the paradigm towards sustainability and social inclusion. Cooperative as a vehicle for positive change in the lives of 11 million kababayans who are members of cooperatives. I asked a cooperative member for 20 years, what is the essence of cooperative to you? His reply is, the cooperative provided his family a hope and a way out of poverty. Since no banks will approve, even offer them access to credit, the cooperative is the only channel that give them a chance for a small loan. To an individual with a desire to uplift his life, cooperative provide a menu of assistance designed to do just that. For agricultural-based cooperative, the sector which is, I think, is the most neglected by this society, but which I believe is the most important considering the food that they produce. They offer either one or a combination of credit, technical and marketing assistance, making this proof of concept of a model of inclusive growth. Our credit cooperatives offer a value-based proposition anchored on our knowledge to their capacity for enterprise development at the micro level. This is our strength, and we should not remiss in the mission of helping uplifting their lives. To cooperative leaders, members na naririto ngayon, kayo ang mga sundalo ng pagpupunyagi at pagsusumikap na ang tanging sandata ay ang kalasag ng pagkakaisa sa giyerang laban sa kahirapan, laban sa kawalang pag-asa at pagtatagumpay ay tiyak na magbibigay ng kaginhawahan para sa lahat. Ipagpatuloy ninyo ang labang hindi para sa inyong sarili, manapay para sa lalong mas nakararaming mahihirap. Ang pagsugpo sa kahirapan ay magbubunsod sa pagkakaroon ng kapayapaan. Ang buwan ng Oktubre ay inilaan upang kilalanin ang kabayanihang ito ng ating mga mandirigma sa kooperatiba na naglalaan din ng kanilang buhay, ng kanilang panahon, ng kanilang mga resources upang makatulong sa pagpapaunlad ng buhay ng iba. We thank you for your heroism. We thank you for your selfless contribution to our country. Finally, to us, policymakers, we thank you for your continuous support to cooperatives. Like in the 17th Congress, you allowed the cooperatives to continue enjoy tax exemption privilege under the proposed law in the Train 1. And in the 18th Congress, you maintain the same under Train 2. Ipinagpapasalamat po ng buong kilusang kooperatiba sa buong bansa ang pagkilalang ito sa kagalingan ng ating mga kooperatiba. Hindi rin natin dapat kalimutan na sa 17th Congress ay naihabol natin ang amyenda sa charter na hindi naging madali. Sa katunayan, inabot ng 18 taon bago nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa Republic Act 6939 nang maging ganap ang batas na ito matapos lagdaan ng Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte noong August 8, 2019. Naglalayo nito na lalong patatagin ang Cooperative Development Authority at tiyakin ang pagiging responsive nito sa kilusang kooperatiba. Isang malaking pasasalamat ang ipinapabot namin sa inyo kasama ng sektor kooperatibang narito ngayon sa inyo mga kapwa ko mambabatas sapagkat ito'y tunay na mahalaga sa kilusang kooperatiba ng ating bansa. Subalit, panawagan natin ang patuloy nating pagsubaybay sa mga batas na ating ipinapasa upang tiyakin na ang layunin nito ay tuluyang tumugon sa kung ano ang ating ginagawa. Cooperative should be continuously supported through relevant legislation. We should further enhance the existing environment for cooperative to thrive because they have proven that they can contribute to nation building. Most of them grow as self-help organizations. Imagine what they can accomplish given the right combination of government support. With this, I call upon all the branches of government to support the Cooperative Month this October. May we be reminded not just of cooperative's crucial role in ushering us to our vision of sustainable and progressive lives for our people, but also of their accomplishment today as a socio-economic force that has transformed the lives of our people. Join us in celebrating the achievements today and their potential greatness. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig at naway magkaisa tayo sa pagtataguyod ng mga kilusang katulad dito na tumutugon sa pagpapaunlad ng kabuhayan ng ating maliliit na mga kababayan. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Heron be referred to the Committee on Rules. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. Motion is approved and the privileged speech of the Honorable Heron is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Edgar R. Erice of the 2nd District of Caloocan for his privileged speech.
The gentleman from the 2nd District of Caloocan, the Honorable Egay Erice, is recognized for his privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Our beloved Speaker, my dearest colleagues, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege, at least to defend not just a proposal, but a sincere effort to contribute in alleviating the worst of conditions of Metro Manila commuters. Fortunately and subsequently dismissed by two of our colleagues in the upper chamber as a crazy idea. Thus, may I take this opportunity to fully explain to you, my colleagues, and to all agencies of government, a scheme which I sincerely believe will ease the burden of our ordinary commuters in Metro Manila, at least temporarily. According to Asian Development Bank, Metro Manila is now the most congested metropolis in the developing Asia, causing at least 3.5 billion pesos a day in opportunity losses. Subalit mga kasama, ang hindi nababanggit sa krisis na ito sa trapiko ay ang kalbaryo na matagal nang dinaranas ng mga mahirap nating mananakay sa Metro Manila. Mga pangkaraniwang manggagawa at kawani, mga estudyante na hirap na sa paggising ng alas 3 o alas 4 ng madaling araw upang makipaghabulan sa mga bus sa EDSA para sa mga pampublikong sasakyan. Pumila ng higit isang oras sa MRT, ulanin at arawin, matuyuan ng pawis at madukutan, uuwing gabing-gabi, pagod, bawas ang productivity at wala na halos panahon para sa pamilya. Sila ang mas malaking sektor ng mga mananakay na dapat sanang pinagtutuunan ng pansin at inaasikaso ng pamahalaan. Subalit, mga kasama, ang mga palpak na schemes ng pamahalaan tulad ng color coding, number coding, at ngayon naman ay ang pagbaba ng provincial buses sa EDSA ay tila ba polisiyang laban o kontra para sa mahihirap, anti-poor policies, laban sa mga pangkaraniwang mananakay. Sa number coding ng mga sasakyan, napapalusutan lamang ito ng mga mayayaman sa pamamagitan ng pagbili ng panibagong sasakyan. Kaya't lalo pang dumarami ang mga pribadong sasakyan. Sa Ayala, Alabang, mayroon lamang 5,000 naninirahan, subalit may 25,000 sasakyang pag-aari. 5 bawat pamilya ang pwede nilang pagpilian upang masakyan. Samantalang kulang na kulang ang mga bus at mga public utility vehicles, lalagyan pa ng number coding. Ayon sa datos ng Metro Manila Development Authority, may kulang-kulang na 300,000 pribadong sasakyan ang dumaraan sa EDSA araw-araw na nakapaghatid lamang ng kulang-kulang 250,000 mga pasahero at an average of 1.5 passenger per vehicle. Samantalang mayroon namang kulang-kulang 10,000 mga bus na nakapaghahatid ng higit kumulang 600,000 pasahero araw-araw sa EDSA. Ibig sabihin, 4% lamang ang mga bus kumpara sa mga pribadong kotse ang dumadaan sa EDSA, subalit mas marami silang pasaherong nasiservisyohan. Kaya mga minamahal na mga kasama, mungkahi ko na bigyan naman natin ng pansin ang ating mga mahihirap at pangkaraniwang mananakay. Panahon naman na sila ang maging prioridad. Panahon naman na magsakripisyo din tayong may mga sasakyan. Ang aking panukala, habang hinihintay nating matapos ang mga big-ticket mass transport projects ng pamahalaan tulad ng MRT Rehabilitation, MRT 7, Metro Subway, and SLEX Connector Road, ay i-convert natin ang EDSA na mass transport highway. Let us dedicate EDSA's 5 lanes exclusively for public utility buses and vehicles. Let us dedicate 1 single road in Metro Manila for ordinary commuters. From 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. from Mondays to Fridays, let us ban private vehicles from flying through EDSA. The inner 2 lanes for the point-to-point bus system that will make bus travel from Trinoma to Ayala in just 15 minutes and EDSA end-to-end in less than an hour. The remaining 3 lanes will be allocated to public utility vehicles and buses that will have alternate bus stop system. This will make mass transport travel along EDSA very convenient and fast. We can even increase speed limits in the inner lanes. I am very sure that by doing so, the turnaround of PUBs and UBs will be fast and can even double their passenger capacities. We can also utilize provincial buses to fly through EDSA route to ensure availability of buses. In doing so, I am sure that MRT's load will be reduced and we will be more convenient for MRT riders. Mawawala ng kusa ang pila sa MRT kung maraming mga bus at mapapabilis ng pamahalaan ang pagkukumpuni ng MRT. Ano naman po ang mangyayari sa mga pribadong sasakyan? Magigipit po ba sila? Sa aking pananaw, hindi po. Sapagkat mabibigyan natin sila ng 4 na choices, 4 na options. Ano po yan? Una, sila naman, yung mga may-ari naman ng mga pribadong sasakyan, tayo naman ang gumising na maaga. Kung aalis tayo ng alas 5 ng umaga, hindi tayo matatraffic sa EDSA. Makakalabas tayo ng EDSA bago mag-alas 6. Tipid pa tayo sa gasolina. Pangalawa, kung tatanghaliin naman tayo ng gising, mag-waste na lang tayo at gumamit ng alternate route. Pinag-aralan ko, manggagaling ako sa aking distrito sa Grace Park. Kung ako'y pupunta dito sa Kongreso, meron akong pwedeng 3 daanan na alternate route. Pangatlo, kung bibilis naman ang bus travel, di sa halip na mag-drive ka ng 2 oras sa EDSA, gastos pa sa gasolina, bayad ka pa sa parking, di gumamit ka na lang ng pampublikong bus. At pang-apat, kung meron ka naman mga appointments, hindi ka naman nagtatrabaho, di pagpaliban mo ng konti. Umalis ka ng iyong tahanan after 9 a.m. kung saan pwede mo nang magamit ang EDSA. Sa ganung paraan, yung mga pribadong sasakyan, mahati natin sa 4 na options. This is not the perfect solution, but a temporary but immediate solution na kayang ipatupad next month na hindi na kailangan ng mga infrastructures. Marami pong panukala. Subalit tiyak ko, 1 taon, 2 taon, di ito magaganap sapagkat may mga pangailangan sa infrastruktura. Dito po, wala na. Instantly, may patutupad natin ang scheme na ito. Mr. Speaker, with MMDA's estimate, in the coming Christmas season and the SEA Games this November, there will be 20% more cars in Metro Manila. Kung hindi tayo gagawa ng paraan, hindi tayo gagawa ng solusyon ngayon pa lang, I am sure sa Pasko, sa Disyembre, di nagagalaw ang EDSA at magmumura ang buong populasyon ng Metro Manila. I therefore urge you to help me convince the DOTR and MMDA to seriously look into my proposal. Ito po ay hindi ko lamang napanaginipan. Ito po ay naging matagumpay na temporary solution sa ilang mga mega cities sa ibang bansa. Mahalaga po na ngayon pa lang ay pag-isipan na nating itong ipatupad. Mr. Speaker, gawin natin ito sa higit na nakakarami nating mga kababayang mahihirap na commuters sa Metro Manila. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, let us ensure that those who have less in life should have more of EDSA. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Erice to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved and the speech of the Honorable Erice is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is extended.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Yufel Yamat for her privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honorable Kolyamat, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kulyamat, the member of the party list Bayan Muna, is recognized for her privileged speech.
salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, itatanong niyo sa amin kung pag-aari ba namin ang lupa. At kukutyain niyo kami, nasaan ang inyong titulo? Mr. Speaker, kahambugan ang pag-angkin sa lupa sapagkat tayo ang pag-aari ng lupa. Paano natin aariin ang isang bagay na mananatiling nariyan kahit tayo ay wala na? Mahigit 4 na dekada na ang nakalilipas ng bitiwan ni Macleing Dulag, isang leader katutubo ng Cordillera, ang mga salitang iyon, subalit nananatiling totoo at buhay na buhay ang bawat katagaan nito. Gayon din, nananatiling buhay ang isyo ng pagnanakaw at pagwawasak ng mga lupaing kabuhayan at kultura ng mga katutubo sa ngalan ng mga dambuhalang proyektong katulad ng higanting Kaliwa Dam. 4 na dekada na tinutulan ni Macleing Dulag at ng mga katutubo ng Cordillera sapagkat wawasakin nito ang kanilang buhay at kultura sa gagawing proyektong habang buhay na nagbabago sa kanilang kapaligiran. Lulunurin sa tubig ang kanilang mga kabukiran, mga komunidad at mga banal na lugar. Palalayasin sila mula sa kapaligirang inaalagaan nila sa daan-daang taon at nagkanlong ng kanilang maraming salinlahi. Ginoong Speaker, kaming mga katutubo at ang likas at ang kalikasan ay iisa. Saan ninyo kami dadalhin kung wawasakin ninyo ang aming mga komunidad at kalikasan? Sa inyong mga lungsod? Hindi para sa amin ang nabubulok na pamumuhay at kulturang urban. Ang aming lupa, ang aming buhay. Hindi ninyo ito pwedeng kunin mula sa amin ang aming buhay. Hindi ninyo ito maaring gawin kung walang paglaban mula sa amin. Kaming mga katutubo ay likas na tagapagtanggol ng kalikasan. Bago pa man ako maging aktivista, bilang isang katutubo, lumaki ako na may pag-unawa na kailangan naming pangalagaan at protektahan ang lupang ninuno at kalikasan para sa aming susunod na henerasyon, susunod na salinlahi. Sa kalikasan kami kumukuha ng aming mga pangangailangan. Kung dito sa siyudad ay may shopping malls, sa aming katutubong komunidad ay mayroong kagubatan, kabundukan at ilog para kuhanan ng aming mga pangangailangan. Dito nagmumula ang aming mga batayang pangangailangan sa buhay. Pagkain, inumin, materyales para sa pabahay at maging mga katutubong gamot. Walang butika sa mga katutubong komunidad, pero may mga halamang gamot at pulot. Walang palengke, pero may lupa kaming matatamna namin ng gulay. May gubat para makapangaso at may ilog na nagbibigay ng isda, hipon at iba pa. Alam din namin na ang kaayusan ng kalikasan, ang lupa, tubig at mga buhay na nakaugnay nito ay nagsisilbi sa mas malaking ekolohiya. Kaya hindi kami kumuha ng lagpas sa aming pangangailangan. Bukod pa sa potensyal itong makakasira ng balanse ng kalikasan, batid namin ay may ibang mauubusan. Kaya't nais kong talakayin ang Kaliwa Dam Project mula sa pagtingin ng mga kapatid nating katutubong dumagat, sapagkat nakakalungkot na ang busis nila ay nanatiling maliit kahit na sila ang kagyat na malawakan ding sasalo sa mga masamang epekto ng proyektong Kaliwa Dam sa kalikasan at kabuhayan. Ang New Clark Centennial Water Source, Kaliwa Dam Project, ay isang dambuhalang dam na isinusulong ng Metro Manila Waterworks and Sewerage System para pandagdag sa di umanong kakulangan ng supply ng tubig sa Metro Manila, Cavite at Rizal. Ito ay itatayo sa timog na bahagi ng kabundukan ng Sierra Madre at sasakupin ang bahagi ng Tanay, Rizal, General Nakar at Infanta, Quezon. Kabuhayan at kultura ng mga kapatid nating dumagat at magsasaka ang mawawala sa pagtayo ng dam. Palalayasin ang mga dumagat sa kanilang lupang ninuno, ilulubog sa tubig pati ang kanilang mga sagradong lugar. Higit sa 2,000 kabahayan ang maapektuhan sa pagtayo ng dam. Kasama na dito ang mga komunidad na direktang ilulubog sa tubig, gayon din yung mga pamayanan na mawawala ng akses sa ilog at tubig dahil haharangan sila ng Kaliwa Dam. Lubos na nakakarami sa mga maipiktuhang ito ay mga mahihirap na mamamayan na walang kakayahan magpanibagong kabuhayan o makapagtayo ng tirahan at taniman sa ibang lugar. Karamihan sa mga kapatid nating katutubong dumagat ay hindi nakatikim o hindi pinatikim ng formal na sistema ng pag-aaral sa ating mga paaralan. Walang naghihintay sa kanila na maayos na trabaho sa syudad man o sa baryo. Paano nila ngayon bubuhayin ang kanilang mga pamilya? Ang mga dumagat, katulad ng iba pang mga katutubo, ay sanay sa agos at sa direksyon ng hangin. Aral kaming mga katutubo sa paaralan ng kalikasan at turo ng aming mga ninuno. Hindi para sa amin ang buhay sa labas ng aming mga katutubong komunidad. Kaming mga katutubo at inang kalikasan ay iisa. Hindi para sa amin ang nabubulok na pamumuhay at kulturang urban. Ang masaklap pa nito, nililinlang pa ang mga dumagat ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan tulad ng National Commission on Indigenous Peoples na katuwang ng MWSS para pikit mata nilang lunukin ang proyektong Kaliwa Dam. Hindi pa man nakokonsulta ang mga pamayanan, lalo na ang mga dumagat. Natapos na agad ang kasunduan ng pamahalaan ng Pilipinas at ng bansang China upang itayo ang higanting dam na ito. Hinahabol na lamang ngayon ng NCIP ang pre-prior and informed consent ng mga dumagat para masabing sumusunod sila sa batas ng Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act or IPRA. Sinadyang ginulo ng NCIP ang mga proseso ng pagkuha ng FPIC para siguruhing mahihirapang intindihin ito ng mga dumagat. Sa mga pulong na pinapatawag nito, binaliwala ng NCIP ang mga pinagkaisahan ng mga tribal leaders o chieftain o kinatawan ng mga angkan. Ayon sa mga nakadalo ng pulong, na pagkaisahan ng mga chieftain na hindi muna magbigay ng desisyon ang mga dumagat hinggil sa FPIC sa Kaliwa Dam hanggat hindi nila makikita ang buong plano ng proyekto, ang environmental impact assessment at ang mismong kasunduan tungkol sa pagtayo ng higanting Kaliwa Dam. Subalit, sa sumusunod na pulong na pinatawag ng NCIP, wala pa rin itong naipakitang mga dokumento na nang singilin ng ang NCIP sa mga dokumento, ipinilit ng ahensya na hindi daw binding ang mga naunang kasunduan nila sa mga katutubo hinggil sa paglabas ng mga dokumento. Nangingit-ngit din ngayon ang ibang mga leader dumagat dahil hindi sila nasabihan sa mga naunang pulong, subalit bigla na lang nagkaroon ng desisyon. Malinaw, Ginoong Speaker, na pinag-away-away ng NCIP ang mga katutubo. Ginoong Speaker, sa mga pulong ng NCIP, laging kasama ang MWSEs upang manghikayat na payagan ang proyekto. Bahagi ito sa kanilang disenyo sa panluloko sapagkat ayon sa MWSEs ay done deal na daw ang Dambuhalang Dam dahil nagkapirmahan na ang Pilipinas at China. Maliban sa mga matatamis na salita, nananatiling tikum-bibig ang mga tagapamahalaan hinggil sa lubhang masamang epekto sa higanting proyekto sa kalikasan, buhay at kultura ng mga dumagat. May pangako pa ang MWSEs na relokasyon, subalit hindi naman nila nasasabi kung saan ito. May pangako na rin na magkaroon ng trabaho ang mga mawawalan ng kabuhayan pero hindi nila sinabi kung ano ito. Sa karanasan natin sa Chico River Irrigation Pump Project na pinupunduhan din ng China, alam ng publiko na hindi naman mga Pilipino ang naging manggagawa sa proyekto, kundi mga Chino din. May pangako din umanong financial assistance ang DSWD, pero hindi naman sasapat para makapagsimula muli ang isang pamilya na may 6 hanggang 10 anak na karaniwang dami ng anak ng mga dumagat. Sa ngayon, pinagmamalaki ng MWSEs na ang mga ginagawang daan sa palibot ng mga komunidad na maiepektuhan ay mga farm-to-market road daw upang di umano ay madaling maibaba ng mga magsasaka at dumagat ang kanilang mga ani. Ngunit, ang mga daan na ito ay tumutumbok lahat sa gagawing dam upang mapabilis ang transportasyon ng mga makina at tao. Sinabi pa nilang kinakailangang magsakripisyo ang mga minorya para sa ikauunlad ng mayorya. Kung kaya, kinakailangang ibigay ng mga dumagat ang tubig ng ilog kaliwa upang magkaroon ng tubig ang Kamaynilaan. Ginoong Speaker, para sa mga dumagat, hindi na nila ipagdamot ang tubig. Bagkus, inaalagaan pa nila ito kasama ang buong Sierra Madre upang mapanatili ang malinis na agos nito sa mga ilog. Ginoong Speaker, 28,000 ektarya ng kagubatan, kabundukan at katubigan ng Sierra Madre ang sa ngayon ay kumakanlong sa iba't ibang katutubo kabilang na ang mga dumagat. Nandito rin ang mga nanganganib na mga species tulad ng Philippine Eagle, Raplicia maniliana at white lawan na manganganib sa paglaho sa bantang pagkasira ng Sierra Madre. Para sa aming mga katutubo o pambansang minorya, di hamak na mas malaki ang magiging porwisyo ng proyekto sa tao at kalikasan. Sa katunayan, ang Kaliwa Dam Project, hindi ang Kaliwa Dam Project ang solusyon para matugunan ang kawalan ng tubig sa kalungsuran. Kung masasabi naman nang nagkukulang ang tubig dahil ito sa kawalang tugon ng MWSEs at mga water service provider ng Maynila at Manila Waters para ayusin ang serbisyo nito. Dapat na iayos muna ng Maynila at Manila Waters mga tagas ng tubig sa kanilang mga sistema. Dapat din munang buhayin at pasiglahin ang mga dati nang nakatayong watershed at dam. Kailangan gawin muna ang iba pang hindi mapaminsalang alternatibo nang sa gayon ay hindi na isasakripisyo ang kapakanan ng mga katutubo at magsasaka. Hindi dapat payagan ang ganitong mapanirang proyekto dahil wawasakin ito hindi lamang ang kalikasan kundi pati buhay at kultura ng mga katutubo. Tandaan natin, ang mga katutubo tulad ng dumagat ang nagbibigay ng identidad sa ating pagka-Pilipino. Tulad ng mga dumagat ang hindi lamang kami tagapagtanggol ng kalikasan, kami ang bakas ng ating kasaysayan, bilang isang nasyon. Kapag pinalayas niyo kami sa aming lupang ninuno, tinanggal na din ninyo ang aming buhay at identidad at dudulo ito sa pagkamatay ng aming kultura at salinlahi. Ang kalikasan at kaming mga katutubo ay iisa. Anong klaseng pamahalaan tayo kung hahayaan nating manglaho kaming mga katutubo? Halos 4 na dekada na ngayon nang paulanan ng bala ng mga sundalo ng pamahalaan ang tahanan ni Makliing Dulag, agad binawian ng buhay ang leader katutubo na ito. Bakit itinaya naming mga katutubo ang aming buhay sa pagtutol ng mga dams at iba pang dambuhalang proyekto sa aming mga lupaing ninuno? Tinataya namin dahil ang proyektong ito ang sisira sa kalikasan at wawasak sa aming buhay at kultura. Ginoong Speaker, tutulan ang Kaliwa Dam at lahat ng mapanirang mga proyekto. Iligtas natin ang ating ang tribong dumagat at dipinsahan natin ang ating inang kalikasan. Kung sa usapin ng pagbago ng klima, bahagi itong pagkawasak ng ating kalikasan kung bakit nagbago ang klima natin ngayon. Ito lamang po, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Colyamat to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved and the privileged speech of the Honorable Kulyamat is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, please acknowledge the guests of Gabriela Women's Party and of Makabayan Bloc. They are the leaders of Bayan Metro Manila, Cora Agovida, Emeline Feliciano, Alex Rosales, Benito Cabasal, Lorna Piano, Jose Marie Brondial, Fidel Columna, Kevin Paul Aguayon, Albert John Honorica, Giselle Jurada, and our former colleague in the 14th and 15th Congresses, Kabataan Party List Representative Raymond Mong Palatino.
Will the guests please rise? Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Party List Gabriela for her privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the Party List Gabriela, the Honorable Arlene Brosas, is recognized for her privileged speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege to convey a very alarming trend in the state of affairs within Metro Manila, especially in relation to basic rights and civil liberties, including the constitutional right to organize. Gumagapang ang martial law mula Mindanao, patungong Visayas, hanggang dito sa Kamaynilaan. Hindi kasing tindi ang operasyong militar at walang aerial bombing. Pero pareho ang klima ng takot na ipinapalaganap sa mga komunidad ng National Capital Region. Nitong Marso, opisyal na inilunsad ng National Capital Region Police Office at Joint Task Force NCR ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ang security plan na Implan Kalasag para umano sugpuin ang lahat ng banta sa seguridad at mga kriminal na elemento. Kabilang ang mga hinihinalang komunista at mga taga-suporta nito. Alinsunod ito sa Executive Order No. 70 na naglalatag ng whole-of-the-nation approach at sa counterinsurgency plan na oplan kapanatagan ng militar. Sa tabing ng peace and development, nilalayong patahimikin ang paglaban ng kababaihan at mamamayan sa harap ng lumalalang krisis at pagpapatupad ng mas masahol na mga neoliberal na patakaran. Noong panahon ng eleksyon, aktibong niredtag ng mismong law enforcement ang Gabriela Women's Party at iba pang party lists na kabilang sa Makabayan Bloc. Bukod sa pamimigay ng malisyosong publikasyon ng Philippine National Police sa mga polling places, lantaran din ang pananakot sa mga komunidad upang hindi bumoto o magpamiyembro sa mga progresibong partido. Malinaw na hindi lamang nilabag ng kapulisan ang election rules, nilabag nila ang karapatang pantao ng mamamayang Pilipino. Pagkatapos ng eleksyon, lumala ang presensya ng military sa NCR. May tuwirang encampment sa mga lugar sa Caloocan at Malabon. Sa Quezon City ay maraming beses na nag-iikot ang mga JTF NCR officers at nagpapakalat ng posters na naghihimok sa mamamayan na huwag sumama sa mga protesta. Hindi lamang ang mga komunidad sa NCR ang ninais na tuluyang imilitarisa, pero pati na rin ang mga eskwelahan. Mula sa pag-red tag ng student organizations hanggang sa lantarang pagpasok ng kapulisan sa mga campuses. Kitang-kita ang pagnanais ng Philippine National Police at Armed Forces of the Philippines na maghasik ng takot at pigilan ng mamamayan na mag-organisa. Noong Agosto 11, 2019, nagsagawa ng simultaneous anti-criminality law enforcement operation sa CLEO, ang Manila Police District sa Baseco Compound, Port Area, Manila. Ni-raid ang mga komunidad, naglagay ng mga checkpoints, at nagtalaga ng zonings. Dito nakaranas ng harassment ang mga residente dahil kinuhanan sila ng litrato ng walang pahintulot at pinilit silang pumirma ng mga papeles na magpapahamak sa kanila, Mr. Speaker. 3 ang kumpirmadong patay sa loob lamang ng isang araw dahil di umano'y nanlaban. Ang pangyayaring ito ay halos kagaya rin sa Synchronized Enhanced Military and Police Operations o SEMPO sa Negros, kung saan marami din ang namatay. May armadong labanan na ba dito sa Metro Manila? Hindi armado at hindi nanlaban ang mga pinatay sa sunod-sunod na operasyon dito sa Maynila. Tinitindigan ito ng kanilang pamilya at komunidad. Ang tanging laban na isinusulong ng mahihirap na naging biktima ay ang laban para sa karapatan, sa paninirahan at disenteng trabaho. Dito ipinapakita lamang ng AFP at PNP na gusto lamang nilang gawing Negros ang Metro Manila. Ang hangad nila ay magpakalat ng takot sa mga komunidad, lalo na sa mga area kung saan aktibong nag-oorganisa ang masa laban sa pagwasak ng kanilang tahanan. Mr. Speaker, tila nanunumbalik ang panahon kung saan target ng administrasyong patahimikin ang mga kritikal sa anti-mamamayang polisiya nito. Sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang konstitusyon at mga batas, hindi krimen ang mag-organisa, hindi krimen ang maging aktivista at tumindig para sa karapatan. Mr. Speaker, naninindigan ang mamamayan ng Metro Manila laban sa panunumbalik ng martial law. Ang katotohanan lamang na lumilitaw sa patuloy na pag-atake ng Estado ay ang hindi magagaping diwa ng mga mamamayang lumalaban. Ang Gabriela Women's Party kasama ang malawak na hanay ng masa ay patuloy na titindig laban sa anumang forma ng karahasan at paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer the speech of the Honorable Brosas to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privileged speech of the Honorable Brosas is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Manuel Zubiri from the 3rd District of Bukidnon for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 3rd District of Bukidnon, the Honorable Manuel Zubiri, is recognized for his privileged speech.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw the motion to recognize the Honorable Zubiri. So move, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the privilege hour. So move, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege hour is terminated.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize first the guests of the Honorable Maria Lourdes Acosta Alba, composed of the 14 senior high school students, 2 parents, and 3 faculty members of the Holy Cross High School, Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon. Mr. Speaker.
Guests are welcome, the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4933 contained in Committee Report number 32 and please direct the Secretariat to please read the title of the proposed bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 4933, an act postponing the May 2020 Barangay Sangguniang Kabataan elections, amending for the purpose of Republic Act number 9164 as amended by Republic Act number 9340, Republic Act number 10632, Republic Act number 10656, Republic Act number 10923, and Republic Act number 10952, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Juliet Ferrer to sponsor House Bill number 4933. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none and the Honorable Ferrer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant evening to you all. I stand before you today as the chairperson of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms in this 18th Congress that approved the postponement of the May 2020 synchronized barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections. There were 38 bills filed on said postponement, proposing different dates, authored by 142 members. Of these, 26 bills proposed to hold it in 2022, 5 bills favor 2021, 6 bills are in favor of 2023, and 1 bill proposes any date that may be set by this Congress. The determination of the term of office and term limitations of barangay officials solely rests in the power of the Philippine Congress, and it was approved at the committee level that it be held on the second Monday of May 2023. With the number of authors for the postponement of the May 2020 barangay and SK elections, it is clear that there is a consensus that it be postponed. The most recent synchronized barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections were held in May 2018. Republic Act number 10952 sets the next elections on the second Monday of May 2020. While we submit to the wisdom of Congress in crafting this law, this situation posed many impediments on the part of our incumbent barangay and SK officials. We deliberated on the proposed measures with resource persons from various sectors. The barangay and SK officials nationwide have just launched their respective projects in 2018. To hold the elections as scheduled, therefore, will prevent them from completing the same. They have been given the functions and duties they expected to fulfill, and a 2-year term is simply too brief. Our committee report seeks to set the next synchronized barangay and SK elections on the second Monday of May 2023. Subsequent elections shall be 1 year after every national and local election, or in May 2026 and every 3 years thereafter. All incumbent barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials shall remain in office unless sooner removed or suspended for cause, provided the barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials who are ex-officio members of the Sangguniang Bayan, Sangguniang Panlunsod, or the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, as the case may be, shall continue to serve as such members in the Sangguniang concerned until the next barangay and SK elections. We earnestly hope that this 18th Congress considers and listens to the clamor of our leaders in the grassroots who are the forefront of public service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro City, the Honorable Rufus Gutierrez Rodriguez, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Rodriguez is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. It is my honor to give the second sponsorship speech after the Honorable Chairperson of our committee, the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reform, has clearly delineated and presented this particular report, committee report. And therefore, our chairperson, Juliet Ferrer, should be lauded because it is a clear presentation and request for support of this honorable body that we approve committee report number 32. Mr. Speaker, the objective of this bill is to postpone the May 2020 synchronized barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections to the second Monday of May 2023 in order to allow the present elected barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan officials to continue implementing various policies and complete programs that they just started as funds have just been made available, and for a more sustainable development of the barangays. Why second Monday of May 2023 and not October or December of 2020? This is the specific request of the committee, of the commissioner of the COMELEC, Commissioner Antonio Co. He said and he pleaded that it will be difficult for the COMELEC to have an election on the same year because May 2022 will be the elections for president, vice president, senators, congressmen, and local officials. And so there will always be post-election activities. And what are these? Number one is election protest. You know, in the Philippines, there are no losers, only winners and cheated. So this will carry on from May to June to July, and that is why he says even December, even for this year of 2022, we could not be able to have a very prepared, a credible election preparation for the barangay elections if done in 2023. So we asked our committee chair, asked him, what is the proposal of the Honorable Comelec? And to the answer of the Honorable Chairperson, Juliet Ferrer, he said that a year will be the most appropriate time, a year after the election of the national general elections. So a year from May 2020 is certainly the second Monday of 2023. And that is why, since primary jurisdiction on elections is not lodged with Congress, it is lodged, the primary jurisdiction is lodged with the Commission on Elections, who knows best on when to have it. And that is why, with the approval of our committee chair, all of us, mine was for October 2022. Others were May 2022 together. So we made sure that we want to make a very, very well-prepared barangay elections. We made it 2023, second Monday of May. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill mandates that the barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan will be moved to the second Monday of 2023. And the assumption of office, clearly it provides here, so that will be clear when they will assume. Clearly, it provides that it shall be at noon of June 30 following the election. And then we had a very good provision here, because the question is, when is the next election after the assumption? Could it be after 2 years, 3 years, or when? Very clear again. This particular bill provides that the subsequent synchronized barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections shall be held every year, every 1 year following a national local election. It's not very clear. So if after the election of May 2025, it will be done in May 2026. So now it is very clear that after the national and local elections, the election for barangays will be a year after. So this will be 3 years after. Unless, of course, we will be going to approve the Constitutional Committee. We are now in the process of the Committee on Constitutional Amendments to already extend that the terms of congressmen should be 5 years. And therefore, then we will have them also be extended. But that is something to be debated yet, Mr. Speaker. But that is what is now being considered. 3 years of terms of local officials and congressmen and local officials is really general consensus, a very, 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 very short 3 terms. So the question now is whether 4 years or 5 years term. And that is what we are discussing. Now, therefore, penultimately, our bill states that until their successor shall have been duly elected and qualified, all incumbent and Sangguniang barangay officials shall remain in office unless sooner removed or suspended for cause. This is now the holdover provision. And finally, this bill mandates that the Liga ng mga barangay at the municipal, city, and provincial levels, and we have here officials of the Liga ng mga barangay. The President is here, and the officials of the Liga ng mga barangay. It is very clear in our bill that the Liga ng mga barangay at the municipal, city, and provincial levels shall, not later than July 31, 2023. We cannot have an election of Liga again in 2020 when there are no elections. That is found in the Senate version, that there will be election of the Liga in 2022. 2020, next year. The Liga, Mr. Speaker, just elected their officers last August 2018. And yet, the Senate version would now want them to have an election again. And how can there be an election when there is no barangay elections in 2020? And so therefore, our version is clearly superior to the Senate version because it provides that the election of the Liga ng mga barangay should be conducted not later than July 31, 2023. Why? Because the election will be in the second Monday of May 2023. That is very logical, that is very reasonable, and that's the best interpretation of what we should have. So therefore, we conduct elections for the ex-officio positions of the Sanggunians under the supervision of the DILG on or before July 31st, 2023. Therefore, together with our chairperson, the Honorable Juliet Ferrer, who has worked hard and steered the committee to make sure that this more than 40 bills, through her leadership and persuasion, we are able to come out with this committee report number 32. So I congratulate, therefore, the first speaker, sponsor, because of her work, admirable work, and we laud her. That is the Honorable Juliet Ferrer. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader, my distinguished colleagues. Good evening to all.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gentleman from the 2nd District of Caloocan City, the Honorable Edgar Erice for his sponsorship speech.
The
So
Honorable,
move, Mr. Speaker.
the Honorable Erice is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, it is simply too short. The term of office given to the barangay and SK officials of 2 years by virtue of Republic Act 10656 is extraordinarily short. Tayo nga po, 3 taon na ang ating term of office. Nagre-reklamo pa tayo. Gusto natin maging 5 years. Pero ang ating, kung matutuloy, ang halalan ng barangay officials at 8 SK officials, 2 taon lang po silang manunungkulan. Ito po ay isang malaking pagkakamali at nagpapasalamat po tayo sa Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms sapagkat ngayon ay may pagkakataong tayong itama ang isang mali. Sa kasalukuyan po, lalong-lalo na ang ating mga sangguniang kabataan, officials, marami po sa kanila nangangapa pa. Sa katunayan, marami pa po ang hindi nabibigyan ng kanilang mga pondo sapagkat late na po na lumabas ang implementing rules and regulations sa paggamit ng sangguniang kabataan funds. Kaya po, marapat lamang na talagang mapagpaliban ang synchronized barangay and SK elections into 2022. Ang aking panukala ay 2022. Subalit, gaya po ng sinabi ng kasama natin, kagalang-galang Rufus Rodriguez, ang panukala ng Commission on Elections, dapat po bigyan sila ng at least 1 year para makapagprepara after the national elections. So, ang inyong kinatawan ay sumasang-ayon dito at nagpapaubaya para ang halalan ng barangay at SK elections ay maganap sa ika-2 Lunes ng Mayo taong 2023. The proposed postponement would in effect give an extension of an additional 3 years for our incumbent barangay and SK officials. Time is sufficient. This is sufficient for them to finish whatever worthy programs that they have started. But more importantly, to ensure stability in our barangay affairs. Hence, it would be prudent and logical that the barangay election be held on May 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4933. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved, and the consideration of House Bill 4933 is suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 78 as contained in Committee Report number 5 And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 78, an act providing for the definition of public utility, further amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act number 146, otherwise known as the Public Service Act as amended.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 78 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, the Honorable Sharon Garin, be recognized. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and, the Honorable Sharon Garin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the gentle lady from Gabriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene Brosas, be recognized for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Brosas is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the honorable sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa dalawa pong natanggap ko na House Bill, yung first ay yung Committee Report number 5, tapos yung isa ay binago ulit na House Bill number 78. Alin po dito yung pinagbabatayan natin ngayon?
Yung committee report po.
Committee report.
Yes,
So,
but Mr. Speaker, we have drafted a substitute bill that will incorporate some of the concerns that have been expressed here in the plenary as well as by the other stakeholders. So we will, we have it printed for the good interpellator.
yes, Mr. Speaker, kailangan po nating i-clarify because yung dalawang kopya ay magkaiba. So, kung na-study na po nag-start na pag-aralan namin yung pag-prepare sa unang version, iba rin pala yung pangalawang version. So, kaya hence the need to clarify if which one is supposed to be in the plenary right now for debates and the one you're sponsoring.
But currently, Mr. Speaker, I am sponsoring the committee report.
The committee report.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the procedure after the committee report number 5, yung substitute bill po ba na House Bill number 78 na rin pa rin na ito ang ipapasa natin, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
We will be presenting on the floor amendment by substitution, Mr. Speaker, because there are various concerns that have been expressed, and it will be more tedious should we do it by individual amendments. So the committee has decided to do it by substitution.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ito nga po yung tanong natin kasi parang which is which at parang is it right na gawin natin na ang pinag-uusapan ay yung committee report number 5 na hindi included yung mga sinasabi ninyo na nilagay nyo na because of the interpellation ng nakaraan, and you're going ahead of it habang ang pag-uusapan ay yung committee report number 5?
Because it is under consideration in the floor, Mr. Speaker, and we are still discussing the concerns, and the committee still has to consider all the opinions of the different interpellators as well as the parties that are concerned. So we have not finalized it yet, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking because I would like to know if I have questions regarding the substitute bill and regarding the committee report number 5, the first one that you've mentioned, Itong dalawa pong ito ay pwedeng tanungin. Yun po yung gusto kong malinawan o maklarify ngayon. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. If I have questions on the substitute bill, will it be entertained by our honorable sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Yun po yung gusto nating kasi, for example, if I have questions na hindi included doon sa first na pinasa na bill, the committee report, no? Gusto natin mas-scrutinize din yung nilabas na bagong substitute bill, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, on to my question, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. Sinasabing kailangan pumasok ang mas marami pang foreign investments sa sektor ng public utilities para daw to open up certain industries to competition. Pero kaya natin babaguhin ang definition ng terminong public utilities, implicit in this objective is a recognition that the Constitution does put caps in the foreign direct investments and therefore naglilimit ng competition. So ang tanong po natin, bakit may ganitong layunin ang ating konstitusyon, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor?
The increase in competition as well as in foreign direct investments, should this bill be approved, is a consequence of such. But the main objective is to clarify what is unclear because public utility is mentioned in the Constitution as one of those that are confined to the 40-60 limitation. But in the Constitution itself, public utility is unclear. In fact, the Public Service Act defines public service, not public utility. So we are trying to clarify as the legislative branch of the government, it is also the responsibility of this institution to clarify what is unclear as of this moment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, there are reasons kung bakit po nilalagay na sa konstitusyon yung definition ng public utilities. Kung bakit ang layunin nito ay tinatawag nga natin or sinasabi natin, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, na Philippinization of the economy. Alam niyo po ba yung Philippinization of the economy, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor? What does Philippinization means?
Mr. Speaker, in simple terms, it is preference of Filipinos over most in select industries, Mr. Speaker. That Filipinos will have preference.
Filipinos
will have preference over such industries.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, kaya po sa mahalaga itong tinatawag na Philippinization sa ating ekonomiya sa ngalan ng national industrialization and economic sovereignty. Sabi nga po, panghawakan ng Pilipino ang mga importanteng industriya gaya ng mga nagpo-provide ng mga kailangan ng mga mamamayan sa araw-araw na buhay at mga industriyang bumubuo sa bulto ng ekonomiya para pakilusin ang mga industriyang ito para sa mga Pilipino. To wit po, ang Article 7, Section 1 ng ating konstitusyon nagsabi na ang mga tunguhin ng pambansang ekonomiya ay higit pang ekwitableng pamamahagi ng mga pagkakataon, kita at kayamanan, sustinadong pagpaparami ng mga kalakal at mga paglilingkod na likha ng bansa para sa kapakinabangan ng sambayanan at lumalagong pagkaproduktibo bilang susi sa pag-aangat ng uri ng pamumuhay para sa lahat, lalo na sa mga kapuspalad. Dapat itaguyod ng Estado ang industrialisasyon at pagkakataon na magkahanap buhay ang lahat batay sa mahusay na pagpapaunlad ng pagsasaka at reformang pansakahan sa pamamagitan ng mga industriya na gumagamit ng lubusan at epesyente sa mga kakayahan ng tao at mga likas na yaman at nakikipagpaligsahan kapwa sa mga pamilihang lokal at dayuhan. Gayunman, dapat pangalagaan ng Estado ang mga negosyong Pilipino laban sa marayang kompetisyong dayuhan. at mga nakamahasnan sa pangangalakal. So maliwanag po dito, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sa ating konstitusyon na kung bakit hindi natin ibinubukas o ibinubuyang-yang ng gano'n ang ekonomiya natin na ang tunguhin ay pag-entra pa mas lalo ng napakaraming foreign direct investment. Kung wala rin naman po ito na maidudulot para sa pambansang industrialisasyon. Mahalaga po sa atin na ang direksyon ay Filipinization o Filipinasisasyon. Yun po.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in the case of Espina versus Zamora, it says, and I quote, the 1987 Constitution does not rule out the entry of foreign investments, goods, and services. While it does not encourage their unlimited entry into the country, it does not prohibit them either. In fact, it allows an exchange on the basis of equality and reciprocity, frowning only on foreign competition that is unfair. The key in all economies in the world is to strike a balance between protecting local businesses and allowing the entry of foreign investments and services. Sir Speaker, today, how our public services are, how our transportation, our telecommunications, the internet, in fact, all the public services that we have, it's in dire need of improvement. For example, in Malaysia, which is a 30 million population, it has 27 operators in telecommunications. In Thailand, there's 100 million and there are 10 operators in telecommunications. They have better services than us because they allow foreign investors to help in the improvement of service to each and every constituent they have. We also need help. We need more players in telecommunications if we want better telecommunications. We need more players in the internet to improve our internet. We need players if we want to improve our internet. Same goes for land transportation, sea transportation, and air transportation. That is why, Mr. Speaker, based on the pronouncements of the Constitution, which does not prohibit foreign investments, based on the pronouncements in the decision of Espina versus Zamora, it is not that we do not want foreign investments. It is only so that it can supplement whatever is lacking in our country. Protectionism does not mean that we close our doors for foreign investment. We protect, we give preference, but it does not mean that we do not want foreign direct investments, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, kayo na rin ang nagsabi, totoo namang hindi naman pinoprohibit. Pero sa kalagayan po na ang mga pumapasok na foreign direct investments, ang direction dapat nila ay for an economic and self-reliance. Magkaroon tayo ng economic and self-reliance, no? Yung pagganda ng ating ekonomiya at pagiging papunta nga po doon sa paglakas, no? Paglakas ng ating ekonomiya at pagiging self-reliance natin ang pinag-uusapan. It is not doon sa dami ng pagpasok di ba? Kundi yung quality din ng pumapasok ng mga investments dito sa ating bansa. Kung sa dinami-dami po ng mga FDIs or sa kasalukuyan na meron tayo ay hindi pa rin umaangat yung kalagayan o hindi nagiging self-reliant yung ating bansa, ano po ang problema, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor? Therefore, di ba? So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sa lahat ng mga kompetisyon, etc., no, na ginawa dito sa Pilipinas ng mga investors, hindi naman tumataas yung kalagayan ng ordinaryong mamamayan. May problema po doon. Pero it doesn't lie doon sa pagbukas mo o gawin mong 100% foreign ownership o di kaya magbukas ka ng mas marami pa dito sa ating bansa na direct investments. Hindi po ba, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor? Kung mag-uusap po tayo niyan, yung kalidad ng investment na direktang tumutulong, for example, sa pag-aangat ng pagsasaka, kalagayan ng pagsasaka sa ating bansa, pag-usapan natin yan, di ba? Totoo namang kailangan natin yun. Patungo yun ng tinatawag nating Filipinization o yung tinatawag nating Filipinization ng economy. Pero kung ang tungo nito ay paglabas din, no? Paglabas din ng mga produkto, investments at kung ano-ano pa, ano po ang pakinabang natin sa kanila? Ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito ay yung tulong. Kaya nga po nilagay yan, yung 60-40 na batayan na sinasabi ay inilagay dyan. Dahil yun po yung limita na binibigay sa atin ng konstitusyon. Diba? So, yun po yung gusto nating sabihin na ito ang dahilan kung bakit yan nilalagay. Kaya hindi 100% at hindi dapat walang patumangga ang pagpasok ng foreign direct investments. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, when we speak about protectionism, it is embedded in the Constitution, for example, in the 60-40 limitation on public utilities. But noting the deliberations in the Constitutional Commission, Commissioner Monson then said, the intent is not to protect the market, it is to protect the Filipino consumers. What are we trying to protect by keeping away investors? Are we trying to protect the Filipinos? Are we trying to give them better services? You can see, makita na natin yung pila dyan para sumakay sa MRT and LRT. That is because the service is bad and it's still expensive. We can see the tragedies that we have had in our sea transport. And still we maintain, let's keep them out, let's keep the business poor and the service poor and the cost expensive. We have to strike a balance, Mr. Speaker. Kasi kung puro lang tayo protection, which the Constitution does not say so, na dapat bawal yung mga foreign investors. We have to strike a balance in which we are able to deliver decent services to every Filipino. Kailangan po, we have to improve the transport service, we have to improve the telecommunications, and any other basic services that a Filipino is deserving. And we can only do that because of the limitations of Filipino capital. We can only do that with the entry of foreign direct investments. Yes, it will open. Some of these industries will be allowed to have 100% foreign equity. But we still have the regulations in place. We still have reciprocity clauses in some agreements. We still have the anti-competition. The PCC is still there. We still have the administrative agencies to regulate any franchise authority to operate in any kind of public service. The rules are still in place. But at the same time, we will be able to improve the services that each and every Filipino deserves. So I don't think this is a violation. I do not believe that this is a violation of any provision of the Constitution. Because even in fact, even Commissioner Monsod says, intent is not to protect the market, it is to protect the Filipino consumer. Sana po maintindihan din natin ang sitwasyon ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino na naghihirap dahil po ang serbisyo ng mga public services natin are very bad, are very poor, and it is costing them more money than they are supposed to pay for. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, totoo po, yung sinasabi ninyo na very bad talaga yung condition, I agree with that. Very bad ang condition na meron ngayon. Pero hindi po ito yung punot dulo, dahilan kung bakit ganun, kung bakit ang sitwasyon natin ay ganito sa ating mga kababayan, at ang ibinibigay nating solusyon ay ganito rin. Babalikan ko po ang sinabi ni Commissioner Villegas, no? Sa 1987 Constitution. Section 1 opens with a statement that the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy. Economic self-reliance is a primary objective of a developing country that is keenly aware of over-dependence on external assistance for even its most basic need. It does not mean autarky or economic reclusion. Rather, it means avoiding mendicancy in the international economic community. Independence refers to freedom from undue foreign control of the national economy, especially in such strategic industries as in the development of natural resources and public utilities. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sinasabi dito kung gaano kahalaga ang pagprotekta natin sa development natin ng natural resources and public utilities natin. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, even Father Bernas says there is no intention to protect Filipino industries from foreign competition at the expense of consumers. And citing Mr. Villegas, he says, I regret that we will not be able to accept that amendment because it is constitutionalizing a specific situation that may not last forever. I think it is also unjust to think that Filipino enterprises, even assuming that temporarily they are infants and they have to be protected, which is the constitutional horizon, will forever and ever be needing protection. For example, I mentioned beer on another occasion. It would be ridiculous to say that San Miguel beer needs protection from other industries abroad. So although we admit that there are legitimate infants that should be protected and that can continue because new infants will arise in local industry, I do not think we should include in the Constitution a statement that all imports would constitute unfair competition to local industries, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, yung usapin po ng private corporations, iba po yun. Ano? Hindi naman talaga yun included doon. Ano? Plus, linawin po natin na itong usapin na ito, kaya naglagay ng ganong limits, no, sa konstitusyon. Kasi nga, pagprotekta ito sa public utilities natin. Yung meron tayo, yung pagprotekta sa publiko natin. Kung ngayon nga po, na meron nga tayong mga pinapasok na mga foreign direct investors, hindi pa natin maprotektahan dahil hindi ganun ka-episyente yung ating pamamaraan na ginagawa, no, para matulungan ang ating mga kababayan. Yun yung dapat sigurong pagtuunan natin ng pansin. But Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, gusto ko ring sabihin na halimbawa sa usapin ng Filipino ownership as aimed by the Consti means greater and more effective regulation over these agencies, redefining public utilities to attract more foreign direct investments and to increase the role of the market rather than state regulation violates the constitutional objective. Yung objective po natin na ang tunguhin talaga natin ay mas magsilbi ito sa mga Pilipino at hindi magbukas ng sobra-sobra sa foreign control. Yun po yung gusto nating sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, to the distinguished interpellator, precisely why we are doing this amendment to the Public Service Act, because what are we talking about when we talk about public utility, which is supposed to be protected and which is supposed to be bound to the 60-40 rule? The Constitution is unclear, and hence we are defining it as the legislative authority in which we have the authority to define, because it is lacking in the Constitution. That's why we are proposing this bill, so that we have a clear definition of what is public utility, in which it has to be protected by the Constitution based on the 60-40 equity limitation, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ito po yung dahilan kung bakit nga dapat ay naglilimit pa, no, lalo, no, doon sa mga usapin na ganyan. Dahil hindi na nga episyente, hindi pa nakakatulong sa ating mga kababayan. Nais ko sanang sabihin din yung isang article pa rin no, sa Constitution, yung Article 7, Section 10, sa tagubili ng sangay sa ekonomiya at pagpaplano, dapat ilaan ng Kongreso sa mga mamamayan ng Pilipinas o sa mga korporasyon o mga asosasyon na ang 60% man lamang ng puhunan ay ari ng gayong mga mamamayan o ang mas mataas na porsyento na maaaring itakda ng Kongreso ang ilang mga larangan ng pamumuhunan kailanman at ganito ang iniaatas ng pambansang kapakanan. Dapat magsabatas ang Kongreso ng mga hakbangin na magpapasigla sa pagbubuo at pagpapalakad ng mga negosyo na ang puhunan ay aring ganap ng mga Pilipino sa pagkakaloob ng mga karapatan, mga pribilehiyo at mga konsesyon na sumasaklaw sa pambansang ekonomiya at patrimonya. Dapat unahin ng Estado ang mga kwalipikadong Pilipino. Kaya hindi man binabawal ang sinasabi, dapat umuunlad ang mga Pilipino. Hindi umaatras. Hindi po ba, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor? Kung over the years na meron na ngang ganito ay hindi umuunlad at umaatras ang kalagayan ng mga Pilipino, talagang dapat tingnan natin saan ba nanggagaling ang mga pag-atras na ito. At kung ang natatanging solusyon na nakikita ba natin, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ay higit na pagbubukas pa sa foreign direct investment, sa tingin po natin, hindi yon ang tamang solusyon sa kasalukuyan. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, by classifying an industry as a public service and not as public utility, it does not mean that it will not be regulated anymore. All public services, whether it be transportation, telecommunications, it will still be subject to regulation, CAP or CAAB or LTFRB. The regulation is still in place. In fact, with the amendments of the PSA, the regulations will be tighter because we will increase fines and penalties as well. So it is not correct to assume that we are liberalizing and allowing them without any regulations when, if ever, there are foreign investors in public service. It is maybe the foreign investments, as the good interpolator said, it might not be one of the solutions, but we have gone through decades and decades allowing these Filipino investors to invest in telecommunications, in land transport, in marine transport, as well as in air transport. And up to today, since 1987 up to 2019, we still have poor service in our public service. The solution is to have more companies to invest in these industries. And one that has been cited by NEDA, one of the solutions is to allow foreign investors in some industries but still maintain the regulation. This has been studied by NEDA and it has been recommended by NEDA, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, meron po ba kayong example ng consti caps on foreign participation? No? Sa kasalukuyan. For example, Mr. Sponsor,
On public utility, there's a constitutional limitation that only Filipinos or Filipino companies can own 60-40. Like, I'm not sure what the good interpolator is asking for.
Do you have any example of may foreign participation na foreign direct investment, no? Dito sa Pilipinas na nag-cap tayo ng foreign participation?
For example, there's the
CNN
exploitation of natural resources.
Yeah.
For example, the
For example,
60-40.
CNN Media.
Mass media, 100%.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, ano pong naging garantiya na kapag tinanggal natin to, competition will follow kung 100% yung...
But we are not removing the limitations on mass media and exploitation of natural resources. We are only focusing on public utilities.
Okay. On public utilities, for example, kung sa iba pong mga utilities,
We have not removed yet, hence for the proposal of the on the amendment of the PSAs, which is being deliberated today.
so we can guarantee na kapag nilift po natin, competition will follow, for example, sa water.
We are not removing the limitations on water, Madam.
What are the
Interpolator.
public utilities po?
Public utilities that will maintain its 60/40 will be water and water and sewerage, as well as electricity on distribution and transmission. That will be 60/40.
Sa telecommunications, for example.
Telecommunications has been excluded as a public utility, so it can be open to 100% ownership of foreigners.
So halimbawa, sa pagpasok ng dito telecommunity dito sa ating bansa, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, makakagarantiya ba ito na competition will follow?
If there are investors, foreign investors that are willing to invest in the Philippines, and yes, it will increase the number of players. Today, in telecommunications, on mobile phones, for example, we have Globe, Smart, Sun. I'm not sure what else, but there are probably 3 or maximum 5 operators for 100 million population.
So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, walang guarantee.
What kind of guarantee do you need, Madam Interpolator?
Competition will follow after.
That will depend on the attractiveness of the Philippines as an investment in terms of telecommunications, because it is not only the opening of the foreign direct investments limitations, but also there are more variables that has to be considered by investors, depending on the kind of investor that are interested. It could be the infrastructure in the country, the labor force in the country, so many other variables. But if you want an assurance that somebody will be interested in the Philippines, generally I would say so, because it is a very big market, and it is one of market that is good to participate in the industry of telecommunications.
My point is, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, yung nais ng mamamayan, actually, ay magbibigay po ako ng mga example ng mga bills na mas gusto ng mamamayan for more state regulation and not deregulation. No? For example, bill ni Zarate, an act expanding the powers of the National Telecommunications Commission, classifying short messaging service and internet services as utilities imbued with public interest and providing penalties thereof, amending Republic Act 7925, otherwise known as the Public Telecommunications Policy Act of the Philippines, for its purpose. So it's for regulation, not deregulation. Si Batocabe.
Mr. Speaker, it's just that classifying it as a public service, not as a public utility, does not mean deregulation. Does not mean that all our laws will not apply in that industry. It is only the equity limitation that will be affected, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, there are certain parts that will be affected.
Only the equity limitation, not the regulation in terms of getting a franchise, getting permits in whatever operations that you have, in acquiring assets. The regulations of the SEC or any other administrative agency will still be in place, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. For example, here sa Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, sa bill ni Batocabe, an act requiring the disclosure of all charges in billing statements issued by water, power, and electric light, wire or wireless communications, and wire or wireless broadcasting utilities, and providing penalties for violations therefore. How would this affect yung ano?
That will still stay, Mr. Speaker. That will still be effective.
Okay. Here, an act mandating regular regulatory audit of Meralco by the Commission on Audit as principal basis for validation of rates, as may be granted by the Energy Regulatory Commission on such power utilities and distributors and for other purposes. How will that affect?
That will still stay as how it is right now, and even after the bill is passed, it will still stay as effective as it is right now.
And the Bill of Rodriguez, an act prohibiting private electric utilities from collecting system losses from the consumers and reducing the cap of recoverable system losses of rural electric cooperatives to a maximum of 5%, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 7832 as amended and for other purposes.
Same, Mr. Speaker. This will still be, it won't be affected by the passage of this bill.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, the assumption of being put forward under this measure seeking to amend the Public Services Act is that by lifting restrictions to the entry of foreign investments to local public services and supposedly encouraging competition, the government would improve the quality of basic services. Tama po ba ito, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, with that assumption, can the good sponsor provide empirical proof in other settings that entry of foreign and private players into public services has generated gains and has improved the quality of basic services? Saan po nakatuntong ang ganitong assumption, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, I can get the data and submit it to the good interpolator, but in a general sense also, we have the Philippines among the countries in the region, like Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and Thailand. We are one of the most restrictive countries in terms of foreign direct investments. In fact, we are one of the least recipients of foreign direct investments. One of the countries that we were at par with before was Vietnam, and once the entry of foreign direct investments came in, their economy increased way more. Their growth rate improved way better than that of the Philippines. So it has been seen in other countries that the restrictions, by lifting some of the restrictions, it allows more investments in your country, as well as it allows improvement in the lives of your constituents, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, we are talking here of the entry of foreign and private players in public services. Then you cannot provide me of examples here in the Philippines, no, nag-generate no, ng gains o nagpa-improve ng quality ng basic services. Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, hindi ba parang bakit natin to gagawin kung wala tayong maibigay na example, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I'll just read it through because it's quite a lengthy. For example, the Philippine telecommunications or telecom industry provides an instructive example on the impact of liberalization. For more than 6 decades, a private monopoly operated in the telecom industry, generating substantial profit despite underinvestment and poor quality of services, as measured by huge telephone backlog and long waiting time to own a phone. The following are the impacts when the government liberalized the industry in the 1990s. Increased competition. 9 new firms, all of which are joint ventures with foreign telecom companies, entered the industry. These firms are owned by prominent Filipino business leaders who tied up with big overseas telecom companies such as Deutsche Telekom, Singapore Telecom, Nippon Telegraph and Telephone. Foreign equity ranged from 15% to 40%. The higher foreign direct investment grew from less than $1 million in 1990 to $300 million in 1997. Then it improved consumer welfare. More consumers became owners of landline phones. Teledensity increased from less than 1 in 1990 to 8 in 1997, and more municipalities were covered by telephone services. This is one example in telecom, Mr. Speaker. The price of making international calls and use of mobile and paging services fell. Consumers also benefited from the diversified telecommunication services such as a mobile phone. Another example would be the airline industry, in which when we only had
Again,
Philippine
Mr.
Airlines,
Speaker, the
airline industry, when we only had Philippine Airlines, the service was limited and the prices were very high. But when Cebu Pacific, Air Asia, and Tiger Air came in, the services improved because of higher competition. So the prices also went down, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, we are sure that the World Bank and other multilateral bodies have enough of those best practices and examples of liberalized, deregulated, and privatized services under public sector reforms. There is evidence in many countries in Asia and in the West that privatization and entry of transnational firms into public services have resulted in far worse quality of services, onerous rate hikes, huge job cuts, massive debts, and state-funded profit guarantees. Hindi na siguro natin kailangan lumayo. Power and water privatization in the Philippines have resulted into onerous rate hikes. Ang taas po ng presyo ng tubig at kuryente. And unreliable and poor service. Yung dilaw po yung tubig natin ngayon, tsaka yung hindi naman po yun gumanda di ba? Yung batayang serbisyo na dapat ay abot kaya sa ordinaryong Pilipino ay ginawang negosyo ng pribadong sektor. Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. Now, na binanggit na po natin yung water and power services, we understand that the proposed amendments retains transmission and distribution of electricity as well as water distribution and sewerage system under the ambit of public utility. Tama po ba ito, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, we are not removing the equity limitations on water and electricity. And citing, instead of, if the good interpolator wants to cite the international examples, there are also success stories in liberalization in other countries. Not only, for example, in Indonesia, the liberalization of, they were successful in the liberalization of transportation, electricity, gas, and water sector. In Myanmar, telecommunications was also liberalized, and they were very successful in that. New Zealand and coastal shipping market. And in fact, in the World Bank, their study and the trade-reducing effects of restrictions in liner shipping, they've also found that liberalization in shipping industry was advantageous to the consumer. So it can go both ways, but we have the assessment. The examples given by the good interpolator are based on water and electricity, which is not actually being liberalized, or we are not removing the limitations here in the proposal under the amendment of the Public Service Act, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, paano po maapektuhan itong water and kuryente na services natin?
We are specifically saying it will stay as a public utility. It will, hence, the constitutional limitations on equity will remain, and it is specifically listed, enumerated in the amendment that electricity distribution, electricity transmission, and water and sewerage will stay as public utility. Hence, the application of the Constitution on the limitations of equity, of foreign equity, will stay, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, under this definition of public utility, all other public services, including railways, mass transport, mass media, petroleum extraction, telecommunication systems, ports and shipping, will now be exempt from the constitutional restriction on 100% foreign ownership. Tanong po yun, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Isn't this part of the agenda of the...
I'm sorry, but mass media, did you say?
Yes.
Mass media, no, because it's not under the public utility.
Railways.
I'm sorry?
Railways.
Railways is land transport. Yes, it will be open for...
Mass transport. It will be included in...
Land transportation will be open for, will be liberalized.
Mass transport, mass media.
No, because there's a constitutional limitation on that.
Petroleum extraction.
Petroleum is already not a public utility based on jurisprudence as well as in the EPIRA, so it has always been open to foreign investments without any limitation.
Telecommunication system.
Telecommunications will be open to foreign direct investments up to 100%.
Ports and shipping.
Ports and shipping, that will be open to foreign direct investments as well.
So marami-rami po ito, no?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Na
Those are especially the industries that have poor service and very expensive to our constituents.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ito po yung
And we need to improve those industries.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ito po yung talagang iniisip natin, no? Ito ay parte ng agenda for economic charter change, ano? Ang HB 78 ay, sa tingin po ng kinatawan na ito, ay circumvention of the Constitution to allow entry of foreign players into the local public service. Imagine yung ating railways, mass transport, petroleum extraction, telecommunication, ports and shipping, lahat po yan, ano, ibubukas ng 100% ang pagmamayari ng mga dayuhan sa ating bansa. Yun po yung sinasabi natin kanina, na kaya naglalagay tayo ng 60-40, para protektahan nga ang mga mamamayang Pilipino na hindi makapasok at mas higit pa nga na ang umunlad, hindi makapasok ang foreign control dito sa mga utilities na ito o services na ito, no? Dahil sa tingin natin, ito dapat ay i-retain, no, ng mga Pilipino at paunlarin ng mga Pilipino, no? At patungo sa pagiging Pilipino, no? Hindi po yung patungo sa pagbubukas palalo ng higit na profit ng ibang mga bansa. Now, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, we would not be surprised that under this measure, if enacted, yung third telco po na Ms. Latel, Dito Telecommunity, would unravel itself as a full-blown Chinese company operating in the Philippines. Ibig sabihin ba nito, we are expecting more Chinese and other foreign firms taking over our public transport and telecom sector once this measure is signed into law?
Yes, it's possible, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, hindi lang po usapin ito talaga ng public utility. Katulad po ng mga tanong ko sa Department of National Defense ng nakaraan, sa budget briefing at sa kung saan-saan pa, usapin din po ito na it will pose a national security sa ating bansa. Dahil paano ka magpapasok ng 100% pagpapasok, no, ng foreign control sa ating bansa? Ano ba, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ito po ay tantamount sa pagbibigay na, no, or pagpaparaya sa kanila na alam naman natin na kailan pa naging Chinese ang Pilipino. Ang Pilipino po ay Filipino, hindi naman Chinese. So, kapag kayan po ay ibinigay na natin sa kanila, hindi pa natin naiisip kung anong konsekwensya meron sa ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor.
I'm not sure what the good interpolator means, that if we use a Chinese telecom, we become Chinese?
No, yung...
I'm not sure I understand the argument, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, yun po ay isang...
Using a company that is not Filipino we become non-Filipinized?
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ang sinasabi lang natin dito, na kapag ibinukas mo ng 100% sa Chinese company, yung ating telecommunication, hindi nga sila Pilipino Chinese sila. So, ibig sabihin, nagbubukas ka na ng 100% nga sa kanila dito sa ating bansa. It will pose a risk sa atin. Hindi naman sila Filipino, sila ay Chinese.
So it is because of national security concerns, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, and the
that we are.
Yes, Mr.
Hence, due to the various interpellations that we have had on this floor, and also after with the committee members, the substitute bill will include a clause in which the President can intervene any transaction, merger, or investment that will involve any risk in terms of national security. The President can intervene, or it can actually stop any transaction that will be of national interest concerns. So that is why we have provided that in the substitute bill. It is not because of any variance in the definition, but it is a consideration to the concerns on national security, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. I was about to ask that kasi yun nga yung sa Section 14 nung substitute bill, nilagay ninyo. Number 2, in the interest of national security, the President, after review, evaluation, and recommendation of the relevant government department or administrative agency may suspend or prohibit any merger or acquisition, transaction, or any investment in a public service that effectively results in the grant of control, whether direct or indirect, to a foreigner or a foreign corporation. Yan po yung nakalagay dun sa... Ibig sabihin, binibigyan natin ng buong control ang ating presidente.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Para dito, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Yes, Mr.
Paano po kung papayag siya halimbawa, 100% ownership ng Chinese telecommunications dito sa ating bansa? Di ibig sabihin po ay po pwede na mag-espiya or po pwede na direkta talagang makuha yung data, yung mga transmissions, etc. ng ating mga pakikipag-usap, lalong-lalo na kung ay tatayo ang mga towers sa loob mismo ng mga base ng AFP at ng ating sandatahan. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, so we wouldn't have any protection sa ganon, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, kapag ito ay pumasa bilang batas?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to repeat again that the regulations will still be in place. The Privacy Act, the regulations or the charter of the administrative agency, the franchise itself or the concession agreement will still be in place. They are still subject to regulation of our country. In fact, for unfair competition, you have the PCC. So we still have many regulations in place to protect the interests of the Filipinos. But once there is, it can be Chinese or from Brazil or from Germany. It can be any foreign company, but any company that will invest here is still subject to regulations of our domestic laws. That does not exempt, just because they are foreigners does not mean they're exempted from the limitations provided by our domestic laws. It is still in place. Now, if the President thinks that there is concerns on public security, national security, then they can intervene, subject to the recommendation of whichever administrative agency or the PCC or NEDA, so that they can stop the transaction. That is one clause that we have considered for the protection of the national security concerns that has been expressed by many of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, pag pinayagan po natin yung ganon, ibig sabihin po, napakalaki talaga ng powers, no? ng presidente para gawin yon.
If the good interpolator has any recommendations on how to craft the provision, then we would consider it.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, my point here is hindi po dapat natin binubukas sa foreign entities, especially kung nagpo-post, alam natin na magpo-post siya ng security risk. It's a no-no sa ating kapakanan na rin, sa ating soberanya na rin, sa usapin ng pagiging bansa natin. Wag po natin hayaan, kahit pa nga, sabi nyo nga, kahit pa Australia yan, kahit ano pa yan, kahit anong bansa pa yan, they have no right na manghimasok sa ating bansa. At kaya po importante yung definition, katulad ng sinasabi natin, yung telecommunications will involve a lot of implications. Lalong-lalo na, sabi ko nga kanina, sa soberanya ng bansa natin. Pag pinapasok natin yung dito telecommunity, sabi natin, hindi natin alam kung ano yung kanilang mga kukunin dito sa ating bansa. At eventually ay maapektuhan tayo kung ano man yun. So, lalo pa ngayon na ang international situation sa usapin ng trade war ng China at ng US ay nagaganap. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, I think ito pong clause din na ito, kahit dito po ay hindi natin dapat basta-basta na lang tanggapin, no? Na because even if it is the president na nagsasabi na ganyan, the president will have to be accountable to the people, sa mamamayang Pilipino. Dahil tayo naman po, ang soberanya natin ang nakataya. So it's not just the president himself, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. And salamat po sa pagsabi ng Honorable Sponsor na kung merong mga suggestions regarding this, no? Kasi this is really problematic for us, ano? Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Yes,
na-
we will consider. I didn't say accept, but we will consider.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. You will consider. Okay. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, on the implications of the amendments to the Public Services Act, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, we noticed in the new definition of the public services that public market is included. Does this mean that our public markets can now be fully owned by foreign investors under the proposed measure? Paano na po ang mga maliliit na negosyanteng Pilipino? Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, public markets are subject to the regulations of the local government in which it is under. In fact, it is inclusion of that public market in the list of public service restricts it more because it will be subjected to the provision of the Public Service Act. Right now, the regulations would be depending on the local government code or the local government ordinances concerning public markets. In fact, right now, PSA or no PSA, there are no foreign direct investment limitations on public markets. Wala pong batas na nagsasabi na kailangan lahat na public market is 60-40. Sa ngayon po.
Mr. Speaker,
Even
Honorable
putting it here, it does not make a difference.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, gusto ko lang pong ipaalala, kaya tayo may mga pampublikong pamilihan para po sa kapakanan ng ating mamamayan, no? Hindi po para sa ngalan ng tubo at negosyo. Yung mga pamilihang bayan po, no, sa mga lugar natin, doon pumupunta yung mga mamamayan natin, bumibili ng mga basic commodities, mga batayang pangangailangan po natin. Kapag yan ay binukas natin para sa pag-entry ng foreign control or foreign ownership, hindi po ba ito ay malaki namang salaula, no, sa ating mga pamayanan? Kasi kaya nga po siya public market eh, 'di ba? Kung mapapansin niyo po sa lahat po ng mga probinsya natin, meron tayong mga public market. Kung ibubukas po natin yan sa foreign ownership, ano na lang po ang mangyayari dyan? Kahit nga po yung tinapatan yan o di kaya nilagyan ng katapat na supermarket, namamatay yung ilang mga public markets natin. Mas malala ito, ibubukas pa natin sila for foreign control and ownership. Mr. Speaker.
I agree. We are not touching the FDI limitations on. I don't know if there are any limitations. I don't think there are any limitations, Mr. Speaker. That is something that should concern the LGU if they want to limit it to only the residents that should own. But the PSA will not affect. Maybe it will restrict on the regulations as well as the fines and penalties that are provided. But in terms of foreign direct investments, public markets will not make a difference in terms of equity limitations, Mr. Speaker.
Next question, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. There is also a section in the proposed measure on the recovery of just and reasonable costs and the reasonable rate of return of investments. How will the good sponsor interpret and measure reasonable rate of return? Ano po yung regulatory safeguards natin sa aspetong ito?
Mr. Speaker, there are different studies as well as findings, as well as jurisprudence on reasonable rate of return. But in the end, we have observed that there are different kinds of reasonable rate of returns in different industries. In the Meralco case, it was ruled at 12%. In fact, the different kinds of how you do the rate setting, it will depend on the industry. We have decided in the committee not to include in the calculation of the reasonable rate of return, not to include corporate income tax, as well as with the interpolation with Congresswoman Kimbo, to remove as well the word maximum in the provision, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, this is a concern, no? Na how will the government regulate fare hikes, for example, under the proposed measure if the foreign contractor or investor argues that it needs to ensure reasonable rate of return on its investments? Tataas lang po ng tataas, no? Yung baka tumaas lang yung pamasahe pagka ganun dahil
Because Mr. Speaker, I do not understand the logic that if it's a foreigner, then they will ask an increase, and then that our administrative agency will just allow and allow. I mean, they will treat any public service or any public utility the same way as they have treated now. Whatever is there in the regulation will still stay in the regulation. Whatever rate setting they have will still stay as long as they follow the general guidelines in the Public Service Act.
So, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor.
They are not exempted from the limitations of the administrative agency, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, the reasonable rate of return na nakalagay doon, hindi po yan magbabago. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, sinasabi niyo po na dahil may regulation naman, etc., no, it will be administered as ganyan. Pero yung nakalagay na reasonable rate of return, halimbawa, sinabi ng foreign contractor, hindi, taasan natin kasi kailangan talaga na taasan
I think
for these reasons.
Filipino investors will also ask for that. Any investor would ask for that. But we have the ERC, we have LTFRB, we have all these agencies that will protect the consumers. In fact, the reasonable rate of return is just a basis, it's a general basis in the international and domestic market in which we should allow reasonable rate of returns among our investors. It would be unfair to have them invest and oblige them to not have any returns on their investment. That is tantamount to unfair treatment to our investors. Now, but at the same time, we have to balance that it is reasonable rate for our consumers. Diyan po papasok, and as always, as they have always have, CAP, CAAB, LTFRB, ERC, they have always regulated these fares as long as they are given reasonable rate of return, which is how the international market treats us as well, that it is reasonable for both the investors as well as the consumer. It does not give them a free ticket to increase every time, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ito nga po yung tanong talaga namin dyan eh. Hindi ba't mapanganib ang probisyong ito? We see this as an institutional guarantee for maximized profits out of the basic services.
Mr. Speaker, we are not revising the PSA so that we can deprive the Filipinos of good services and good pricing. It is unfair to claim that we are doing this so that the investors will have more profit while the Filipinos suffer. That is exactly the opposite of the purpose of this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, yan po yung sinasabi ninyo. Yan po yung sinasabi ninyo. The intent is good eh. No? Pero sa mga nakaraan po, sa water services, sa sektor ng kuryente, hindi naman po ganun yung nangyari. Kaya nga pong sinasabi natin dito, bigyan natin ng proteksyon. Kaya nga sinasabi natin dito,
If the
paano
good
tayo
inter-
nakakatiyak?
if the good
In the first place,
interpolator
na
has
yung
a
visa ng
suggestion-
probisyong ito, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, ay hindi magre-resulta sa walang patunganggang pagtataas ng pamasahe, pagsingil sa batayang serbisyo, lalo pa kung dayuhan yung mamumuhunan sa mga sektor.
If the good
ito.
interpolator
Mr.
has a
Speaker,
suggestion on the amendment, then we will consider.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, on to my last point. In the case of the telecom industry, we are worried yung mga transnational firms and foreign entities will have a free pass and access on critical and personal information of Filipino consumers. How will the government address this potential security risk brought about by the entry of foreign players? What will be the regulatory safeguards and cybersecurity measures for Ms. Latel, for instance?
There's the Privacy Act, there's PCC, there's the regulations on the administrative agency, as well as the conditions on the franchise or the authority or the certificates that are issued to them, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, like for example, the PCC. Nung tinanong ko po yung PCC kung paano nila, ano na ang mga kasong nakasampa and everything, mga ganyan po, no? Napakahirap po nung kalagayan din nila, no? At hindi nga nila ma-divulge yung mga ibang mga cases nila. Lalo na kung malalaki yung mga kumpanya at talagang matitindi ang mga interes dito sa ating bansa, no? So hindi ganoon kadali, no, na mag-regulate. Hindi rin ganoon kadali na asahan yung gobyerno natin na talagang masa-safeguard niya, no, masa-safeguard niya ang kapakanan ng mga Pilipino sa kasalukuyang kalagayan. Ang worry po ng kinatawang ito na magdulot ng mas lalong kapahamakan sa mga Pilipino, yung sinasabi natin na mga probisyon na pagbubukas, no, ng pagbubukas o mala-charter change nga, nang sabi nga namin dito, no, mga probisyon na sino-shortcut yung konstitusyon. Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. Kaya po itong measure na ito ay hindi namin talaga papayagan, no? Yung mga provisions po na sa tingin namin hindi talaga makatitiyak ng pagtulong para sa kapakanan ng ating mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
honorable sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable gentleman from the 1st District of Samar, Representative Edgar Sarmiento, for his interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Edgar Sarmiento of Samar is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader. Magandang gabi po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Nakikita ko po si distinguished sponsor, medyo pagod na po ata.
Okay lang, Mr. Speaker. Para sa bayan.
Yung may iba po tayo, Mr. Speaker, marami po hindi nakakakuha sa pangalawang pangalan ko. Mary po talaga. Paminsan Marie, paminsan Mary po kasi yung mama ko po devotee po ng Mama Mary.
But you don't look like a Mary, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, ako po hindi na masyado magtatanong kasi marami pong tanong na dito po kay distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Pero gusto ko lang malinawagan po, Mr. Speaker, tungkol po rito sa House Bill number 78. Ulitin po natin to recapitulate the Commonwealth Act of number 146 covers several public utilities including, among others, water, electricity, telecommunications, and transportation. However, in current House Bill number 78, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, it retains only the following as public utilities: the distribution of electricity, the transmission of electricity, water pipeline distribution system or sewerage system, and of course, others as recommended by NEDA. Pag sinabi po natin transportasyon, I'm very specific, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nawawala po rito ang dalawang dynamics ng transportation sa aviation po at sa maritime, specifically po si airport at
That's
saka
correct,
sa sea.
Mr. Speaker.
Ako po I am in agreement, Mr. Speaker, to opening some public utilities, distinguished sponsor, to foreign direct investment. However, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that we do not have a specific government entity that will closely supervise foreign direct investment. Unlike, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the United States specifically, they have what they call the CFIUS. It's the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. The CFIUS, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, this is an interagency committee authorized to review certain transactions involving foreign investment in the United States. The purpose of which is to determine the effect of such transaction on the national security of the United States. However, in the Philippines, sad to say, we do not have a central government agency that is specifically tasked to review all foreign investment or sabihin natin sa implikasyon po sa national security. Saan po pupunta ang direksyon ko, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, since we do not have that central agency? Hindi po ba tama that prior to opening up foreign direct investment to foreigners, hindi po ba tama na higpitan natin ang ahensya over and above kay NEDA, that the government agencies concerned to overseas foreign direct investment ay dapat po maging interagency? Hindi po ba tama na unahin po muna natin ang ahensya bago natin buksan ang industriya sa iba-ibang dayuhan? Madam Sponsor, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the CFIUS is committee, an interagency committee in the U.S. that reviews financial transactions, na anything that will involve foreign investments. We have actually considered incorporating that in the bill, and there have been suggestions on the format, but the CFIUS that we have to design should be fitting to the Philippine business environment. In some cases, CFIUS can motu proprio investigate, and in some cases, the foreign company or the domestic company can ask for clearance on any transaction that will increase the stake of the foreigners in the domestic company. We found it more appropriate to provide a general statement in which the President, together with the recommendation of the concerned agencies, in which likely we will also add NEDA and PCC, that in case the President, in the interest of national security, the President, after review, evaluation, and recommendation of the relevant government department or administrative agency, may suspend or prohibit any merger or acquisition transaction or any investment in public service. Not only public utilities, both in public service and public utilities, that effectively results in the grant of control, whether direct or indirect, to a foreigner or foreign corporation. The additional phrase that we have added there, which we found it fitting for NEDA to lead that the NEDA shall promulgate the rules and regulations to implement the provision of this section. We have decided to craft it like this, Not because we do not want a CFIUS in the Philippines, but we want our own version of a CFIUS, and in which NEDA would be a better and more appropriate agency to formulate how the procedure will be done, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po dyan, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Kasi po ako'y natatakot. No? Kasi there are developments right now, hindi ko na lang po iisa-isahin. Siguro nalalaman niyo na to, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na parang hindi po nagtutukma ang iba-ibang ahensya. Sa totoo lang, nagiging rason po ito na sila pang nagugulo po sa bansa natin. Ano? Parang natatalo pa at ang mga Pilipino, sa totoo lang. Ang isa naman, nakikita natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung implikasyon po sa dalawang ahensya that handles foreign direct investment, specifically PEZA and the Department of Finance po. Sana doon po sa sinabi nyo, I do believe the distinguished sponsor, I look at her as a shining armor, in fact, in the House of Representatives, clearly protecting the interests of the Filipino.
Mr. Speaker, just one comment on the CFIUS. We've read through what the procedure of CFIUS is. And we have tried to adapt it here. The problem that we have seen is it might be another layer of red tape in which before even contemplating to purchase or to do a merger or invest in Philippines, the companies have to get clearance from another agency, which, like in any agency, it could be abused or well implemented in that case. But that's why we have left it to NEDA for it not to be a hindrance in foreign investment, but also find a balance in getting more investments, but as well as protect the national interests of the country.
I am with the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that even on NEDA itself, they can create such an office within NEDA. Pwede nilang interagency po, hawakan na lang. Parang one-stop shop po na makikita na po lahat. The Bureau of Internal Revenue, sabihin natin, andyan yung representation ng Labor Department, kung saan-saan na na-address na po sa isang lugar lang po. Dito naman po, ang concern po ng this representation, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished sponsor, ang kinatawan nito po, right now I am the concurrent chairman on the Committee on Transportation. Ang nakikita ko po lang dalawang critical infrastructure, and this is again the airport and the seaports. Bakit po? I still do believe that the critical infrastructures of the land ay dapat po ang may-ari po nito ay ang gobyerno. Ang kinatatakutan ko po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, because sa ngayon po, we already, as part of the procurement process of government, we are now accepting what we call the unsolicited proposals as an acceptable mode of procurement by NEDA. And kinatatakutan, one specific example po ay ang Bulacan Airport. Binuksan na po natin ito. I'm hoping that I will not question because I believe so. I think it's a fact, it's a knowledge to everyone that San Miguel is clearly a Filipino-owned entity. Wala pong question dyan. Ang kinatatakutan ko po rito, ano pong mangyayari kung halimbawa we will not set a policy on NEDA. Ibubukas po natin ang airport at ang seaport. These are international gateways to the land. At parang hindi ata maganda, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, na itong dalawang sabihin nating infrastruktura, ibubukas po natin sa mga dayuhan na lamang. Kaya I still do believe that airports, Mr. Speaker, seaports, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, should be retained by government, if not Filipino nationalities, on a 60-40 sharing. Kasi dati naman, hindi po pwede silang pumasok. Ngayon, binubuksan natin, kailangan po natin sabihin natin, ang kapitalista ng dayuhan. Pero sana naman, bigyan po natin ang pagkakataon, ang tinasabi natin na Filipino first. Sana naman, itong mga infrastruktura, to include, sabihin natin, ang railway terminals, maybe not the transportation itself, kagaya po ng eroplano, barko,
Yes.
but the infrastructure in the hub, the transportation, lands o docks, dapat po ay maliwanag po rito. Ang may hawak po dapat dito ay Filipino. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I understand the concern of the good interpellator. But based on, first of all, based on the definition that we have crafted on what is public utility, it is basically, number one, for a business to be a public utility, number one, it should regularly supply, directly transmit and distributes to the public through a network, a commodity or service of public consequence. Number two, it is a natural monopoly. Number three, it is necessary for the maintenance of life and occupation of the public. And number three, the person is obligated to provide adequate service to the public on demand. The seaport and airports are not natural monopoly because, for example, in Iloilo, we have an airport in Iloilo, in Bacolod, and in Rojas, and in Calibo. These four are competing against each other. So there's no monopoly. Like in New York, I think there are two, or in Tokyo, there are two airports as well. So these are not natural monopolies. So hence, it cannot be considered under this, how we drafted the PSA. By definition, airports and seaports are not public utilities. But I understand the concern of the good interpellator. It could be a national security issue. That is why we have made a provision on national security. And just to emphasize the importance of this topic as well, in the CFIUS, in the US, they actually have different ways of assessing levels of national security threats. They have primary characteristics would be scope or spatial distribution, the geographic area that could be affected by the loss or unavailability of critical infrastructure, which is, I think, what you are referring to. Severity or intensity or magnitude, the consequences of the disruption or destruction of a particular critical infrastructure, and the effects of time or temporal distribution, the point that the loss of an element could have a serious impact. These are different ways of evaluating national security or national interest concerns. The EU even has more: public effect, economic effect, political effect, environmental effect. It could vary, and these considerations can be formulated by the NEDA when they are crafting the IRR for this very important provision. Several countries have different laws, and we can still gather all this data and craft something that is more fitting to our country. So yes, I do understand the concern when it comes to airports and seaports, because these are entry points to our country. In some ways, whether public utility or not, it is vital that we have control in case of emergencies as well, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much, distinguished sponsor, Mrs. Speaker, for that clarification, because the fear, again, of this representation really is that the gateway to the land, either in aviation or in the maritime, clearly should be owned by government, if not by a Filipino entity, because clearly that is a reflection of the host country. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Ngayon po, hindi ko na lang po tatanungin kasi nasagot na po ito, na sinasabi natin, we don't want to violate what is in the Constitution, And you have clearly responded to it. Sinaside pong articles, andito na po, kompleto na. At sinabi niyo rin po na hindi lang naman ang Pilipinas ang nag-qualify po ng sinabi ng distinguished sponsor, relevant, Mr. Speaker, sa airport as a seaport. To cite a few within the region, clearly Singapore, though Singapore has corporatized a lot of its entity, but these are clearly government-owned. Germany practiced the same, airports and seaport. This is all by government. Japan's airport and seaport, for the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, this is owned by government as well. Mr. Speaker, hindi ko na lang po pahabain kasi I'm hoping that with that, clearly, rehearing it's from the no less than the distinguished sponsor, I'll just wait for such a time kung sakali magkakaroon man ng amendment.
Yes.
I'm hoping that the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, will allow me to come up with my own amendments. And as what you said, whatever you are doing right now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, you said something for the love of the country. I have to end my interpellation or my manifestation with the same. Reason why I have to stand up in plenary is because I want to make sure that the interests clearly of the Filipinos, whatever the legislative branch of government will do, it is clearly for the interests of the Filipino First policy and the interest as well, which is the most vital thing, the national security. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, distinguished sponsor.
Thank
Maraming
you.
salamat po.
We will seriously consider if there is any proposal from the good interpellator when it comes to especially on the section that we have proposed on national security. If they have better version, a better version or better proposal, then we will seriously consider such. Thank you.
Maraming salamat
Thank you, Mr.
po.
Speaker.
Good night, Mr. Speaker. Thank you po, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Sergio Dagook for his manifestation from the party list APEC.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, everyone. I would like to manifest the following. First, I am in full agreement with the Honorable Mary Sarmiento in as far as the national security issues is concerned, particularly on the entry points like air and seaports. Second, I would like to call the attention of the honorable sponsor that under Section 2, letter E, on the definition of distribution of electricity, the year that was stated here in the enactment of EPIRA is 1991, which is the correct is 2001. EPIRA was enacted in 2001. Thirdly, I would like to manifest that we will be submitting to the committee, particularly to the office of the honorable sponsor, some proposed amendments because there are existing laws governing electric cooperatives, particularly the Republic Act 9136, Section 45C, Paragraph 3, and Section 10 of Republic Act 10531, wherein electric cooperatives are allowed to generate its embedded generator within its franchise area directly connected to its distribution line in order to maintain lower electricity rates. And since under House Bill 78, generation is already subjected to competition, we would like to ensure that embedded generation facilities allowed by existing laws governing our operation, 9136 and 10531, should be effective as far as embedded generation is concerned. I hope that will be seriously considered by the honorable sponsor. Mr. Speaker.
Just to comment on the manifestation of the good interpellator, we will maintain how the electric industry is right now. Under the IPIRA, only transmission and distribution are public utilities, and generation is not anymore a public utility. If the proposal of the good sponsor is in line with what is IPIRA, we will seriously consider the proposal, Mr. Speaker, just to protect the industry, especially the electric co-op sector, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that assurance, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. That's all.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 78. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 4664, and for that purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 4664, an act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Honorable Marby Marino of the Lone District of Batangas City. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Marvin Marino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. I'm ready to accept any questions regarding House Bill number 4664, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we recognize party list representative of ACT Teachers, the Honorable Franz Castro, to interpellate the sponsor. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Franz Castro of Teacher Party List is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So the bill is entitled An Act Instituting Reforms in Real Property Valuation and Assessment in the Philippines, Reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance and Appropriating Funds therefore. Ito po ba yung title ng ating bill, Mr. Speaker?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, thank you. According to Article 1 on the Declaration of State Policies and Objectives, it is the policy of the state to promote and the development and maintenance of a just, equitable, impartial, and nationally consistent real property valuation based on internationally accepted valuation standards, concepts, principles, and practices. So, ang tanong, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, could you give us the brief description on our problems on the current system of real valuation?
Mr. Speaker, the current valuation is done by different LGUs as far as the LGU is concerned. And also, we have valuation coming from different agencies such as the BIR, National Department of Public Works and Highways, Department of Environmental Resources, Department of Trade, Department of Justice, in case there are litigations concerning market values. So you also have National Housing Authority in cases of mortgage lending, and you also have Land Bank of the Philippines. Also, expropriation rights as far as acquisition is concerned. So, sa madaling salita po, ang layunin po ng pagsiset ng market values ay para makonsolidate ang isang valuation standard at ang Bureau of Local Government Finance po ang mag-handle ng database na ito para po maiwasan yung mga conflicts among the market values of different agencies.
Okay. At nabanggit din po dito to maintain standards to govern the valuation of real property at ang ating pong standard ay yung international standard. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor? At ano po ba itong tinasabi nating international standard? Wala ba tayong sariling standard on valuation of our property? So kung iba-iba nga po talaga yung standards ng valuation ng iba't ibang LGU, bangko, etc., tayo po ba ay walang sariling standards na mailalagay dito sa bill? At ano yung international standards po na sinasabi natin dito sa bill?
Mr. Speaker, wala naman pong sinasabing specific international standards. Ang sinasabi lang po dito ay magkakaroon ng consultation, mag-establish po ng Central Consultative Committee and also a Regional Consultative Committee para mabuo yung market values of the different agencies. So ang sinasabi po, wala naman po tayong standard na sinusunod. Ang gagawin lang po ay we will consolidate the market values at isa na lang po ang market value na masusunod sa lahat ng government agencies, including the local government units.
Okay, so malinaw po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, na hindi naman international standard ang susundin natin. So sa pag-evaluate ng ating mga lupain or real properties, so what is our attitude regarding, halimbawa po, yung mga agricultural lands, industrial lands, yung mga residential, forest land, other kind of lands, or even ancestral domain. So, paano po ito mag-apply doon sa bill natin ng valuation?
Mr. Speaker, lahat po yon ay dadaan sa isang consultation within the region kung ano po yung tunay na value ng mga properties na ito at ito po ay isasubmit sa BLGF Executive Director. At dito po ay pagkakasunduan kung ano talaga ang value at paano nagkaroon ng valuation yung mga nasabing real properties, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So susundan ko lang po yung tanong ko. Halimbawa po, meron pong sinasabi na yung, halimbawa, ito nga sinasabi ng ating Pangulo, maging yung mga ancestral domains ay siya na yung bahala na maghanap ng business man na magde-develop doon sa ano. So, ibig sabihin po ba nito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, yung mga ganitong mga lupain, katulad ng agri, ay magiging ang valuation niya, sabi nyo kasi magkakaroon ng standard. Kaparehas ba siya noong sa residential or sa industrial? Halimbawa, yung agri, yung valuation po ba niya ay katulad dun sa industrial lands?
Mr. Speaker,
Or depende lang din po yun sa klase o sa gamit ng lupa?
Mr. Speaker, kung ano po yung gamit ng lupa at kung ano po yung appraisal na gagawin at pagkakasunduan ng mga appraisers within the area, ayun din po ang magiging presyo ng lupa, whether it's agricultural, then it will be classified as agricultural. If it's residential, it will be classified as residential. Wala po magiging isang market value. There will be a schedule of market values, meaning lahat po ito ay magkakaroon ng kanya-kanyang market value.
Medyo i-educate niyo lang po ako, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Halimbawa po yung, paano natin pag-iibahin? Halimbawa sa Batangas, yung agri-land sa Batangas, magiging kaparehas ng value ng agri-land sa Ilocos. O yung residential land dito sa Maynila, magiging kaparehas ng residential land po doon sa Lawag or Ilocos. So ganun po ba yun? Or magkakaiba pa rin, depende sa mapapagkasunduan doon sa area. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in every LGU or in every area, magkakaroon po ng regional consultative committee. So kung sino po yung mga appraisers doon sa area na yon at kasama, lalong-lalo na doon sa mga LGUs, yung mga assessors po, sila rin po ang kukonsultahin kung ano ang tunay na market value sa area nila, ay yun din po ang masusunod. Yun din po ang isasubmit sa BLGF for the valuation. So hindi po magkakaroon ng pare-parehong presyo ang Manila at Batangas. Kung ano po yung market value sa Batangas, for example, ay yun din po ay based doon sa mga assessors na or appraisers na nagkasundo-sundo doon sa area na yon.
Okay. So sinasabi natin dito, letter B, adopt market value as the single real property valuation based for the assessment of real property related taxes in the country. Nakalagay po kasi dito in the country po, hindi po nakalagay dito na depende po doon sa lugar. And for the valuation of real property for various transactions by the government agencies. So, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, so yung sinasabi nating valuation, kanina nyo po binabanggit pa po yung market value. Ano po ba ibig sabihin ng market value? Can you educate this representation about market value and assessed value? Kasi po, di ba, pag nagbavalue tayo ng lupa, ang tinitignan, di ba, sa pagsasubmit ng SALE natin, ang kinukuha ay yung market value. Could you educate this representation, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
Ang market value po ay yun po yung estimated amount na willing to buy ang buyer and the seller is also willing to sell within a certain amount. So yun po yung takbuhan. Kung sa Tagalog, yun po ang bilihan doon sa area na yon. So the market value represents the actual value of seller and the buyer getting together, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So pag inassess po natin yung valuation ng lupa, we will be using the market value.
Tama po, Mr.
Not the assessed value na di ba meron po tayong assessed value from the BIR. So hindi na po ito gagamitin.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. Ang gagamitin na lang po natin ay iisang market value for the BIR and also for the LGUs and the other agencies that I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, distinguished sponsor. So another objective pa po is to promote the fiscal autonomy of local government units to provide basic services to their constituency by enhancing their capacity to generate local revenues from the real property. So dito po sa valuation, alam natin na yung isa po sa pinagkukuhanan ng pondo ng Special Education Fund ay yung real property. At ngayon po, alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, yung real property po, yung 1% nung real property tax na kinukuha doon sa isang lugar, napupunta po yan sa special education. So, pwede niyo pa po bang maipaliwanag yung sinasabi natin dito na ma-enhance yung capacity to generate local revenues from the real property? So, ano po yung magiging epekto nito sa magiging SEF fund natin?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the new market values ng isa pong LGU, kapag po yan ay nabago, which is karamihan po ng mga LGUs, ay marami ay hindi nag-update ng kanilang market values at ang kanila rin sanggunian ay hindi rin nag-update dahil ang assessed value po ay aside from the market value, kasama rin po dyan yung assessment level at saka yung percentage. So pag binultiply nyo po yung tatlo, pwedeng tumaas ang income ng isang LGU dahil mataas yung market value or mataas din yung assessment or mataas din yung fixed rate. So habang tumataas po yung income ng isang LGU, the 1% SEF is based on the actual real property tax collected. But the LGU has still the power to adjust the assessment value because sila po ang may control nung fixed rate and also the assessment level. Ang binabago lang po natin dito ay yung market value ng property. So pagka na-update po yung lahat ng market values ng property sa isang lugar, malaki po ang itataas ng income ng isang LGU, isang municipality, isang city, isang province. At pag lumaki po ang income ng isang, palagay natin isang probinsya o isang munisipyo ay based on the computation of SEF, that automatically goes to the Special Education Fund, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Dito po, wala po bang provision dito, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, nung pagtataas naman, halimbawa ng allocation, nung allocation natin sa SEF. Kasi sabi natin, tataas yung market value. So, lalaki yung makukuha nating tax from that. So, paano naman ito magta-translate, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, doon naman sa benefit natin sa mga educational institution natin like sa public school? Kasi doon umaasa yung ating ang ating Department of Education, isa sa mga inaasahan na pondo. Wala po bang ganong provision dito?
Well, that provision is under the local government code. So naka-automatic naman po na if you collect real property taxes, the 1% SEF goes to the LGU and that is decided by the local school board. So yung local school board po ang nagde-decide kung saan gagastusin yung SEF funds, which is for the maintenance of the public schools, repair, maintenance. So automatically po mataas yung makukuha na mga benepisyo. Aside from that, most of the local governments will have an increase in revenue. Isa po yung real property tax na inaasahan o sources of revenue ng isang LGU para gumanda ang kanilang revenue generation. At ang revenue generation po, doon po nila napapaganda ang kanilang city or municipality based on how they spend their revenues. For example, for services, for infrastructure. So, kapag ka po ginawa natin ito, malaki po ang contribution ng revenue na makukuha ng local governments. In fact, the estimate is around 30 billion pesos if that is just an estimate if we update the market values. Dahil sa ngayon po, matagal nang hindi na-update yung mga market values.
Okay. Isa pa pong Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, isa pa pong medyo gusto ko ng inquiry about yung right of way. Kanina binanggit nyo, yung isa sa purpose din nitong valuation bill ay para dun sa right of way. Marami akong alam na situation wherein merong mga proyekto ang government pero hindi natutuloy dahil nga doon sa problema doon sa right of way. So, paano naman po mag-a-apply itong bill na ito sa right of way and at the same time, mapangalagaan po ang interes ng ating mga mamamayan?
That's a good question, Mr. Speaker. Kung ano po yung market value na nag-a-apply doon sa property, ayun din po ang pagbabasihan na bayaran. For example, Public Works and Highway, DPWH, kung ano po yung market value ng property ng dadaanan, ay yun din po ang ibabayad doon sa may-ari ng lupa. So it will eliminate the disputes. Meron po kasing tumatagal po ang isang transaction kapag may dispute. For example, the property owner will go to the BIR zoning value to make a case that it is a higher amount. Tapos syempre po yung DPWH or the LGU will be based on the assessed or the market value or the assessed value. So doon po tumatagal, nagkakaroon po ng court cases. But in this case, kung iisa lang ang sinusunod natin, that will eliminate disputes for as far as kung magkano yung dapat bayaran doon po sa mga dinaanan na lupa ng gobyerno.
So, isa pa pong tanong, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. So, ano po yung magiging pagkakaiba ngayon ng market value as compared sa, na may nabasa kasi akong just compensation doon sa right of way? Saan po mas advantage yung ating mga mamamayan dito?
Siyempre po, Mr. Speaker, doon sa market value.
Okay.
Because there is a set amount na pwede ng pagbasihan ng ating mga mamamayan, hindi na po yan magkakaroon ng dispute or conflict.
Okay, kasi may mga ilang akong nalalaman ng mga cases, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, na talagang nagkakatalo sila doon sa tinatawag na quote-unquote just compensation. Pero itong bill na to, yun ang magko-correct ba doon sa sinasabi nating pag-avail o pagbibigay ng tamang pagpipresyo ng lupa ng mamamayan? Okay, next. Provide a comprehensive and up-to-date electronic database of all real property transactions. Ang tanong po, Mr. Speaker, meron na po ba kayong estimate na magiging budget kaugnay nito? Kasi mag-i-entail ito ng mga, di ba, mag-i-entail ito ng tao na personnel at saka mga machineries, computer, kasi magme-maintain ng electronic database. So paano po ito in concrete dito sa bill na ito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an estimate as far as for the PS, MOE, and capital outlay in the amount of 57.6 million with a total of 79 plantilla positions. Dahil po yung BLGF po ang magha-handle po nung data. At ito po ay tutulungan ng DICT para doon po sa proper equipment para po mapangalagaan yung mga data na isasubmit ng mga LGUs and the other agencies na mapagkasundaan sa schedule of market values, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so in other words, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, mag-create tayo ng isa pang parang attached agency ng BOF? Ganun po ba yun, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
No, Mr. Speaker, we are, the Bureau of Local Government Finance is already an agency within the DOF. So, dadagdagan lang po natin sila ng plantilla positions and budget para po mag-handle nung valuation. So hindi naman po ito nagdagdag. We just organized the Bureau of Local Government Finance para po sila yung mag-handle ng nasasabi sa batas, nasasaad sa batas.
Okay. So, ang magdadagdag lang po tayo dito ng personnel at sinabi niyo po 57 billion or 59 billion ang kailangan.
No, Mr. Speaker, it's around more or less 57.6 million.
57.6 billion. So, okay, saan po ito pwedeng kuhanin?
Within the budget of the Department of Finance, napakaliit po ng amount na ito kumpara sa benepisyo na maibibigay. For example, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the LGUs can gain as much as 30 billion pesos in additional revenue. So the amount I mentioned is very minuscule compared to the benefits that it will give in case we pass this bill, Mr. Speaker.
So, kukuhanin po ito sa mga local government or sa GAA?
Sa DBM po, Bureau of Local Finance is under the DOF, so it is a national budget. Sa GAA po ito kukuhanin, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, ang huling tanong po, Mr. Speaker, paano masasabi ng ating ginoong sponsor na ang batas na ito ng valuation ay hindi siya magiging regressive law or regressive taxation?
Well, this is not really considered a taxation since we are just updating. Itinatama lang po natin yung market values na dapat ay matagal nang naitama. So we are not really making additional proposing additional taxes. We are just correcting the market values, in which case the market value is only one component of the assessment of properties, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Sinasabi dito, no, yung real property valuation system has to follow, could not follow the international standards. Pero tingin ko po dito, merong new liberal trend that market dictates almost everything in public transactions, hands-off yung gobyerno sa mga market at private parties na katransaction nila. Kung sa totoo lang, overvaluation standards and institutions have significantly adopted international valuation. In fact, first, the Bureau of Local Government Finance and the Department of Finance is one of these as an institutional member of the International Valuation Standards Council, IVSV. So, tama po ba ito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Well, ang ibig pong sabihin ng sinasabing international standards ay ito po ay ibig sabihin ay katanggap-tanggap sa international community. When we have one schedule of market values at ito ay sinusunod ng lahat ng ahensya, yun po ang ibig sabihin na ito ay katanggap-tanggap sa international community. Because if they invest here in our country, gusto rin nila na merong tamang basihan kung sila ay mag-i-invest based on the assessment. Hindi po yung iba-iba ang market values na tinitingnan. It is, like I said, to prevent conflicts among different agencies. And this is also for investors. So, ibig lang sabihin po ng international standard ay katanggap-tanggap po sa mga international communities.
Okay. So, malinaw, Mr. Speaker, another measure na naman ito ng pagbibigay ng pabor dun sa mga foreign investment or foreign direct investment. Tama po ba? Kasi, so dito, magkakaroon na ng, sinasabi nyo kanina, na yung mga foreign direct investments ay meron na silang masusundan na standards. So ito po ba ay mas kiling doon sa mga batas natin na pinag-uusapan, mas kiling doon sa foreign investments?
Mr. Speaker, wala naman po itong kinikilingan, whether foreign or local. It is mainly for the benefit of our LGUs and different agencies. Ang sinasabi ko lang pong foreign investments ay kapag alam nila na maayos ang ating pagbuo ng market values ng ating mga properties, ay sila ay mas maiengganyo mag-invest sa atin. But it doesn't mean na pinapaboran natin yung mga foreigners rather than the locals. Ang local naman po ang talagang makikinabang nito dahil dito naman po sa atin, ang may-ari po ng lupa ay local. Wala naman pong foreign properties na pinagbabasihan tayo. So, ang may-ari po ay puro Pilipino.
Okay. So, ano po yung mga precautions natin laban sa overpricing ng mga lupa o lote for public projects? So, meron po bang nakalagay dito na provision sa ating batas?
Gaya po ng nasabi ko kanina, may binubuo po yan na committee, consultative committee, na ang mga miyembro ay ang Bureau of Internal Revenue, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, National Organization of Appraisers in National Government Agencies, and Private Appraisal Sector. So yan po yung creation of a Central Consultative Committee. So bago naman po magkaroon ng Schedule of Market Values, kinukonsulta naman po yan doon sa lokal at sa region. Saka po yan aakyat sa BLGF for final decision.
Sige po, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. So sinasabi niyo po, by setting the prevailing market price as basis for the appraisal or valuation, the bill wants to lessen or totally take out. Sinasabi niyo kanina na doon sa right of way, halimbawa, the participation of courts in expropriation or gawin ng negotiated sale ang halos lahat ng transaction. Pero alam naman natin, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, the courts are the guard against overpricing in public land acquisition to ensure yung just compensation ay babayad sa mga property owner ay just talaga. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, ang value po ng real property ay magbabase doon sa sinasabi ninyong bubuin na committee o bubuin na body para mag-assess ng value ng market.
Para sa lahat po yun, Mr. Speaker.
So, ang ibig sabihin, wala na ditong parang nililesen natin yung karapatan dito ng mga mamayan na parang mag-complaint or gamitin ng korte para sa kanilang mga reklamo. Halimbawa, kung tingin nila ay hindi just yung compensation.
Hindi po inaalis yung karapatan, Mr. Speaker. Meron pa rin pong proseso na dadaanan kung sa tingin nila ay hindi tama yung market value na ibinibigay ng isang government agency. Ang kagandahan nga po nito ay maiiwasan na yung mga hindi pagkakasunduan dahil meron na nga pong naset na market value. So, wala na pong basis yung magko-complain kasi usually kaya po yan nagkakaroon ng dispute kasi yung iba nagbabase po sa zonal value ng BIR. Yung iba naman po ay doon sa assessment value ng isang local government. Kung wala po silang ibang basis, at ito naman po ay basis ng para sa lahat, so iisa lang po yung basihan. So, mamiminimize po yung mga problema na pupunta pa sa korte para malaman kung ano talaga ang market value kasi naset na nga po natin ang market value. So, hindi po madidelay. Yung maraming projects ng DPWH, for example, kaya po nadidelay ang malalaking proyekto ngayon ay dahil isa, dalawa doon sa dinaanan na right of way ay nagkakaroon ng problema. Kapag po yan ay dumaan sa korte, magkakaroon po ng TRO, magkakaroon ng litigation, nadidelay po yung isang malaking proyekto na dapat ay napakinabangan at nagawa yung karsada. That is one of the goals of this bill is to minimize, if not eradicate such problem, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. On to my next question, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. So how exactly will the bill amend accordingly Section 41? Ito po yung sa revised administrative code. Tsaka yung local government code, particularly on Section 19, on the power of eminent domain. Yung pag-expropriate o taking private property for public use. Yung amount o percentage lang ba ang mababago? O yung fair market value? O yung prerequisites bago mag-expropriate?
Mr. Speaker, ang mababago lang naman po doon ay yung market value. Wala naman pong ibang. It's the same process. tataas nga po yung, kung ano naman po yung market value ng isang property, yun din naman ang basihan. Whether it is a government, or whether it is the LGU, or whether it is yung mga babayaran doon sa mga right-of-way. So, wala naman pong magbabago doon sa proseso.
Okay. Panghuli po, Mr. Speaker, I hope, sana itong batas na ito ay talagang magiging kapakinabangan sa ating mga mamamayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga nagsikap na mga kababayan natin na magkaroon sila ng private property. Ngayon, kapag kukuhanin po ng gobyerno for project or whatever public use, dapat ay hindi naman magiging agrabyado yung ating mga mamamayan pagdating doon sa valuation ng lupa o pag-aari ng ating mga mamamayan. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Vic Yap of Tarlac for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Vic Yap of Tarlac is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, would the sponsor yield to a few questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sponsor, in your own personal opinion, having gone through this proposal very extensively and proposing it now as a law, in your own opinion, relatedly, transaction costs when we sell properties, capital gains, and documentary stamps, both for corporate and personal. Sa tingin niyo po ba mataas ito o mababa? Or tama lang? At kung sakali, paano natin nasabing gano'n nga?
Mr. Speaker, ang sineset naman po ng bill na ito ay market value. So, kung gagamitin po ito ng BIR for tax purposes, isa lang po yung market value na susundin. Hindi na po yun magkakaroon ng difference from the zonal value at saka yung value doon sa local government. So, iisa na lang po yung susundin. So, it is up to the market value kung magkano po yung mga taxes to be generated.
Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang ulitin ho yung aking tanong relatedly. Yung valuation, mamaya ko na ho pupuntahan. Ang aking gusto muna malaman sa panukala ng ating ginoong sponsor, siya po ba ay naniniwala na yung kasalukuyang transaction cost sa paglipat ng lupa sa pag-aari, tulad ng capital gains at documentary stamps, ito ba sa kanyang palagay ay mataas, tama lang, o mababa? At kung maaari, bakit nasabing gano'n nga?
Mr. Speaker, tingin ko po ay tama lang kasi ang pinagbabasihan po natin ay yung tunay na market value. Madami po kasing nangyayaring transaction na pwedeng pababain o pataasin, for that matter, yung basis for the taxes. So kapag meron pong nakaset na market value, hindi na po yan subject to argument as far as pwedeng pababain. So it also eliminates the discretion of the other agencies kung ito ay pabababain at bababa yung koleksyon. So ako po'y naniniwala na ito'y tama. Whether it is low or high, ay yan po ay, syempre, depende po yan doon sa magiging market value.
Ang aking pong punto rito ay nagkakaroon po talaga ng behavior or reason kung bakit ang karamihan ay nagde-declare siguro na mababa sapagkat malamang ho, katulad ho ng corporate taxes ng mga real companies na ipapataw din sa mga bumibili at ito ay karamihan ay Pilipino, ay napapamahal. Ito po ang punto kung bakit tinatanong ko sa personal na opinion lamang ng ating sponsor kung ang capital gains rate at ang documentary stamps ay naaayon. Sapagkat kung talagang mataas yan, ang tendency po talaga ay ibaba ang valuation. Ngayon, yun ho ang sa aking palagay ay malaking bagay sapagkat hindi rin natin makukuha ang talagang tamang valuation or dadayain or iibahin ng assessment kung sakaling masyado mataas ito. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, by the way, the capital gains tax, doc stamps tax, has already been reduced by Train 1. And also, alam ko po yung sinasabi ng Ginoong Interpolator na kaya po pinapababa ay masyadong mataas yung nakaset na market value. But for the purposes also of selling the property, it is also using the same value. So, ang ini-eliminate po natin dito ay yung possible na discrepancy or dayaan, sabihin na natin sa Tagalog, na pinabababa ang market value para lang mas mababa yung bayaran na mga document stamps, and that is a subject for abuse, Mr. Speaker. So ito po ay meron naman tayong kaukulang batas na nagbabana ng capital gains tax for corporations and documentary stamps. So yan po ay nakaloob sa Train 1.
Maraming salamat po sa katanungan. Maaari ko po bang matanong, Mr. Speaker, ang ating sponsor relative doon sa kompetisyon dito sa ASEAN nation states? Ang ating po bang capital gains, both for corporate and individuals, masasabi po ba nating nasa anong rate po ba yung kanila? Para lang malaman po ng ating representasyon ito.
Just a moment, Mr. Speaker, I will get the data. Ang sinasabi po ba ng Ginoong Interpolator ay ang rates as compared to our ASEAN countries? Mr. Speaker, sa ngayon po ay wala pa po akong datos na makuha relative to the question. But I will get to the data as soon as we find out the answer for the question.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, habang naghahanap po ang ating sponsor, meron po kaming data on some of the references available in Google. Kung magiging katanggap-tanggap ito, Global Property Guide, which basically checks on the capital gains tax rates among countries in not only in ASEAN but all over the world. At dito nakatalaga, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, na isa tayo sa pinakamataas na in terms of CGT. So kung papatawan pa natin na mataas na valuation, at hindi natin makita at malaman yan, at ang gusto lang natin ay revenues, mag-isip-isip naman ho tayo na talagang ilagay naman natin sana na hindi maalis din yung competitiveness. Mataas na ang kuryente sa bansa natin, mataas ang tubig, mataas pa ang lupa. Paano natin maaasahan na maging competitive tayo sa investments, which we are, in Train 1, nilagay na nga natin sa disregard yung yung export pesa-pesa na yan. Baka naman imbis na makabuti to sa suma total, sana ho ilagay lang sa balanse. At the end of the day, actually, yung pagkakasulat naman ng inyong law, yung valuation, sineseparate yun. Pero sa pagpasa nito, pag kinonsider natin yung CGT as a given, overall context, tatamaan din tayo kung i-move natin yung valuation. And in this regard, pag sinabi nating international standards, pumapasok tayo doon na rin, ikumpara ang ating tax rate sa ibang bansa, na kung saan tayo ay nakalagay sa top tier na mataas ang CGT.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the market value will go through a process. The estimate and valuation will go through a process. There is a consultative committee which includes the BIR. So, as one of the members of the consultative body, the BIR will more or less know yung tamang amount so far as hindi naman ganun kalaki ang impact when we do the new market values. Just the same as the local government units. Ganon din po sa local government units. Kapag binago nyo yung market value at malaking itinaas, magrereklamo naman po yung mga mamamayan. But again, the local government units can also adjust the impact of the new set of market values. Based, doon po nila yun i-adjust sa assessment level at sa fixed rate. So, I'm not familiar with how they estimate the capital gains tax, but I think the impact will be studied doon sa sa committee na kinikreate. Ang layunin lamang po ng bill na ito ay magkaroon ng standard na market value. As to the impact, each agency will have to determine what will be the real impact on the taxes. For example, BIR, then they have to, in another rate, the Bureau of Finance is also, the DOF is also in charge of the rates. So, dadaan naman po sa kanila ito. I have the information, the capital gains tax used to be 20%. Now, it is a flat 6% under the train law. So, with this, malaki na po yung naibaba ng capital gains tax. So, siguro yung adjustment doon sa market values will not really set a burden for other corporations and other investors.
Nabanggit nyo na may remedy ang ating mga kababayan sapagkat sa kanilang pamamagitan ng mga local government units, pwedeng arbitrarily iset nila mas mababa kesa sa ibang mga LGU. Ganun po ba?
No, Mr. Speaker, ang isa-set po ng LGUs ay yung assessment level and the and the rate. Ang market value po ay hindi magbabago as proposed by the bill. So,
tama po. Yung assessment level ang kanilang pwedeng galawin, hindi po ba? So, arbitrary ba to sa mga local government o i-fix din ng ating batas na pinapasa?
the local government, Mr. Speaker, has the power to set the fixed rate and the assessment level. That is still within the power of the local sanggunian as set by the local government code.
In harmonizing the law, would the committee that will be created, recommended in this bill, not impose na iset ng uniform na to once na gawa na yung mga valuation para hindi maging magulo? Sino ba talaga may last say sa batas na to in terms of setting the local tax rates?
Mr. Speaker, the local tax rates are still compiled and assessed by the local assessor. And the local assessor will submit it to the Bureau of Local Government Finance in consultation with the Regional Consultative Committee. So sila rin, kung ano naman po yung assessment na yun din po ang ipapasa doon sa BLGF. The BLGF is only the holder of the data. So kung ano man po yung napagkasunduan dun sa, for example, local government, yun din po yung, sila rin po ang magsasubmit noon. At yun namang assessment ay yung LGU pa din. The LGU still has the power, like I said, to adjust the assessment level on what type of property and also the rate as to the taxes. The local Sangguniang, right, like I said, has the sole authority to do the assessment rate. So if you are a city, for example, and the market values increase significantly, you can still adjust it within the level that is acceptable to your constituents by adjusting the fixed rate and the assessment level as whether to assess a residential as compared to a commercial or industrial area. So it is still within the power of the LGU, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po sa kasagutan. Malinaw na pwede tayong magkaroon ng mataas na valuation sa isang lugar, ngunit kung ang mga local officials nais ibaba ang taxes para sa mga kababayan niya o yung mga may-ari ng lupa sa kanilang lugar, maaari niya pong magawa ito bawat parcel, bawat property, bawat schedule.
Mr. Speaker, the assessor will have to make a tax impact study. So, syempre po, yung study na yon ay pinapasa din doon sa local chief executive. The local chief executive can, or the Sanggunian, local Sanggunian, can adjust the assessment. For instance, if they intend to use it as an incentive for investors, pwede nilang babaan yung assessment ng isang property as compared to another area, but only based on the adjustment of the assessment level and the fixed rate, the tax rate, but not the market value, because the market value will be one set market value for everybody.
I am in agreement, Mr. Speaker, that we have to equitably have a good system of valuation. Kaya lang napapaisip pa rin ako pag sinabi ng ating sponsor ang mga panukala na nag-udyok sa kanila para ipasok ito sa ating plenaryo ay magkakaroon ng 30 billion in 1 year. Kung ang pagkukunan talaga nito ay mga malalaking kumpanya, mabuti siguro. Pero kung karamihan naman ito ay manggagaling sa mga personal na tao, palagay ko hindi naman na kailangan pang pahirapan pa. Kaya bumabalik tayo doon sa tax rate. Pero panghuli na lamang, gusto ko malaman doon sa sources nyo, Mr. Sponsor, nung sinabi nyo 20% ang tax rate ng capital gains, gusto ko malaman anong taon nagkaroon ng 20% tax rate ng capital gains sa bansang ito na binanggit nyo.
Kailan yung 20% tax rate? Anyway, to answer the other concern of the gentleman, yung pong pangamba na ang tatamaan ay yung mga property owners, again, the assessment level is within the power of the local Sanggunian. So it is up to them kung sino po yung lalagyan nila ng taxes, for example, commercial, industrial, at hindi naman nila gagalawin yung agricultural or residential. That is still within the power of the local Sanggunian. So it is still the same power. Kaya lang nabanggit niyo po, Ginoong Interpolator, yung gain sa bawat yung 30 billion, that is an estimate. Kasi karamihan po ng LGUs ay hindi talaga nag-update ng kanilang schedule of market values. Whether it is because of political consequences or whether they are inefficient or whether they cannot make the proper assessments on time. Napakahirap po talaga ng dumaan sa proseso ng pag-assess o pagbabago ng market values because we all know we went through the local government. It is sometimes politicized. So, kaya po karamihan ng LGUs ay hindi nagkakaroon ng magandang revenue generation is because of those instances. Now, kapag po meron talagang set na market values, the market values will be almost consistently every 3 years, if not adjusted, then it will be updated. So, depende naman po yon dun sa local government kung ano yung impact because the assessor will have to study the impact. In fact, they will prepare 3 proposals as to the impact to the local government or to their taxpayers.
Mr. Sponsor, tanggap ko na po yan at mabuti naman pwede maging leveraging ang local government depende doon sa kanilang pagtakbo o panukala kung gusto nila sa mga investor mas mababa ang industrial, ang assessment rate ng mga industrial lands nila and so forth. Ang binabalikan ko lang po, doon sa kabuuan na may 30 billion, sana naman hindi patawan na mahihirap o yung maliliit na pagmamayari. Otherwise, we will find ourselves more Filipinos in the future having no more lands. No? And yun ang hindi natin gusto mangyari sana. Kaya binabalikan ko, baka naitanim sa ating sponsor na ang capital gains rate natin ay naging 20% at ngayon binaba ng 6%. Kaya ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, doon sa mga nag-abot na nasa likod ng ating sponsor, kailan po ang panahon na naging 20% ang capital gains rate? Yun na lang yung sagot mo. Eh, sinabi nila 20. Inabot ko nila.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Earlier, I gave the data. The 20% was for the estate tax. It is not the capital gains. So the 20% was reduced, estate tax was reduced from 20% to 6% as the capital gains is at 6%, Mr. Speaker. I
Mr.
apologize.
Speaker, I make and emphasize the point that when our persons who are supporting our colleague here, they should not be giving documents dito mismo sa plenaryo na erroneous. It was not the error of the sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4664. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we consider the approval of Journal number 18, dated September 10 to 13 and 16 to 20, 2019, for perfecting amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, on page 122 of the said journal, under the election of members of the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development, I move to delete the name of Representative Ferdinand L. Hernandez, and in lieu thereof, insert the name of Representative Ruth Mariano Hernandez. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Journal number 18 as amended.
Any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 3 p.m. of October 2, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Ay, picture muna tayo. Tayo na lang natira dito. Oo nga po.